Chapter 279. Han Xiao said in a playful tone, "Compared to the pollution you have caused in the past and in the future, I think cutting down this tree is more environmentally friendly." In his previous life, no player had ever found out the origin of the leader. It was indeed difficult to find the true identity of a missing normal person in this chaotic era. After listening to the leader's story, Han Xiao had a clearer understanding of him. The leader was a staunch patriot. He was one of the few Golan people who had luckily escaped Raylan's invasion. In order to obtain the power to take revenge, he took the initiative to seek a breakthrough at the edge of life and death. He grew from an ordinary person to one of the top supers on the planet. Now that he had no other choice, he would rather die than live in dishonor. It could be seen that the hatred had been branded in his bones and was very strong. The experiences of the planet's protagonists are indeed very legendary. Every protagonist-type character has a story that can be dug deeper, Han Xiao thought to himself. When he was still very weak, the leader was like a mountain in front of him. Han Xiao had no choice but to operate carefully and become stronger. Finally, he had the strength to face the enemy head-on and destroy the Germinal organization. The Germinal organization was the main antagonist of Planet Aquamarine in version 1.0. Han Xiao had participated in this main storyline as a player in his previous life, but now that his identity had changed, he had played a huge role in it. The experience was completely different. Although Han Xiao appeared very calm, mainly to prevent joy from turning into sorrow, it did not mean that he did not enjoy the fruits of victory. He still felt a sense of accomplishment. The leader shook his head and said, "I didn't expect that an escaped test subject would become the biggest enemy. In fact, when you stole the secrets and broke through my ambush, I knew that the Germinal organization would definitely lose. I don't have the habit of waiting for death, but there's nothing I can do. It's just a final struggle." Because he had a premonition, no matter how bad the situation was, the leader was not surprised. He watched the organization that he had built slide into the abyss step by step with his own eyes. There were mixed feelings in his calm. "To me, defeat means death. The 6 nations want to see me surrender. They want to receive all the secret knowledge that the Germinal organization has accumulated over the years. I will not let them get anything." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "Speaking of which, I heard that you've captured quite a number of hostages. If you detonate them, they're dead for sure. Furthermore, the nuclear explosion will affect the climate and worsen the natural environment of Blue Star. It's not good for the future of humanity. Are you sure you want to do this?" The leader fell silent. Only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard from the speakers. Han Xiao was not in a hurry. He stared at the screen calmly. After a while, the leader spoke in a deep voice. "You want to persuade me to surrender?" Han Xiao shrugged. "That's not my intention. You don't look like someone who would listen to advice, but the person opposite me wants me to do so." At this time, Han Technician was in the meeting room of Sanctuary 1, sitting on the sofa with a tablet in his hand. Bennett sat opposite him and listened to the whole process, constantly gesturing for Han Xiao to persuade the leader. Bennett did not want to see the result of both sides losing. Han Xiao felt that Bennett was being naughty. If the leader had originally planned to surrender, he might have changed his mind the moment he saw him. Fortunately, the leader had been firm from the beginning, or else he would have been a little scared. Wait a minute, this logic felt weird. Bennett was waving his hands in front of him. Han Xiao had no choice but to try. He did not want Bennett to spoil him like an old mother. "I'd rather drag everyone down with me." The leader's tone was cold. "I want the world to feel pain." Han Xiao opened his mouth, but a curse was stuck in his throat. "What the F***CK, is that you?" The leader sneered. "I hate this world. Why do I have to think about it? Even if the 6 nations win, don't think they won't pay the price. The 6 nations are all executioners deep in their bones. They destroyed countless countries before they finally reached where they are today. They are standing on the ruins and singing praises to themselves. The winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. Those blood debts will be buried by history, and no one will know or investigate. No one will seek justice for the old era. The surviving regimes have been free and unfettered for too long. It's time for them to pay back some interest. The leader did not care about what the world would become. He did not care about the flood after his death. He would rather betray the world than let the world betray him. Even a normal person would think this way, not to mention the leader. Han Xiao did not comment. The consequences of nuclear weapons would not affect him much. He would leave Blue Star sooner or later, and the next version would be the mutation disaster. An even bigger disaster would come sooner or later. Compared to that, this climate disaster was nothing. In his previous life, the Germinal organization was at death's door, and there was a hidden danger of a comeback. Now, it was eliminated once and for all, but it would bring about negative consequences in the future. He did not know which result was better, but the latter would obviously allow him to complete the grade A main storyline mission, Dust of the Fallen Seeds, in one step. For the other Blue Star people who did not know, the latter result was the most frightening. The climate and environment were closely related to their lives, and no one wanted the environment to worsen. Bennett, who was sitting opposite him, looked anxious. He could not wait to fly to the Germinal organization headquarters and kill the leader before he triggered the button. Han Xiao looked at the clock and said slowly, "There's still some time before the deadline of the 6 nations, right? Don't you want to stay a little longer? I prefer to decide my own death date." The leader's eyes were firm. He reached out to hold the nuclear launch key and started to turn it slowly. A suffocating pressure spread through the screen. The leader's movements seemed to be infinitely long. Bennett grabbed the sofa's armrest so tightly that he tore the leather. Every time the key turned, a second passed on the countdown timer of countless lives. The second hand slowly pointed to the final result. Han Xiao looked at the leader's face quietly. Suddenly, he said, "I never knew your name." "My name." The leader raised the corner of his mouth and revealed a ferocious smile. He said lightly, "Not important." "That's true. Then, goodbye." Han Xiao sighed and waved his hand. The key turned to 180 degrees. A faint vibration sound came from the screen. It was the sound of the missile taking off. The leader retracted his hand and sat motionless on the chair like a statue. At this moment, there was no hatred in his tone. There was no regret or sadness of dying. There was no intense emotion. It was as calm as old neighbors saying goodbye to each other at dusk and returning home for dinner. He nodded at Han Xiao. "Goodbye." Warning, warning, a high-speed moving object has taken off from the Germinal organization headquarters. All the officers in the 6 Nations war room suddenly stood up in shock and anger. This was the worst outcome that they had expected. Although everyone was mentally prepared, when this moment arrived, they all found it hard to accept. The nuclear explosion would kill the hostages and cause pollution. The Germinal organization headquarters would be razed to the ground. Countless secret technologies would be lost forever. "Do we launch the anti-missile?" The adjutant's voice was trembling. All the officers had no choice. Without hesitation, they all agreed. "Launch it immediately." In the Germinal organization headquarters, the ground and buildings were shaking slightly. The hidden Germinal organization soldiers looked up at the sky through the windows. Their eyes reflected the missiles taking off one after another. The atmosphere was dead silent. Everyone understood the leader's decision and knew what was going to happen next. Crying, despair, madness, convulsions, trembling, howling, roaring, numbness, all kinds of emotions before destruction. In the distant horizon, densely packed black objects were rapidly approaching. Some of them collided with the missiles midway, while others landed on the headquarter base group. Buzz. The first sound was a high-frequency explosion that could not be recognized by the human ear. Most of the people in the 6 Nations base covered their ears as blood flowed out from their ears. A pillar of fire with a diameter of tens of kilometers soared into the sky. The base group instantly disintegrated in the fire. Dark smoke and dust spewed out from the dazzling fire, slowly condensing and rising, slowly turning into a dense black mushroom. It was an extremely spectacular sight. In the 6 Nations base far away, there was no room for anything else in the eyes of the people looking at it. There was only a vast expanse of white. The strong light temporarily blinded most of them. Even the supers could not help but close their eyes. No one could maintain their natural state in this destructive aura. Everyone felt small, as if they had become sand that was about to be swept away by the wind. They could not control their own destiny, and their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. Even further away, the end of the horizon could be seen. A spear-like fire pierced through the thick clouds that had been accumulating above the Germinal Organization headquarters all year long. The clouds became a hollow ring, and the sea of clouds dispersed. Then, the fire expanded a second time, and a yellow, circular blast wave mixed with dust burst out. Wherever it passed, the ground cracked, and countless buildings and metal pieces were mixed in the dust. Countless twisted iron pieces more than 10 meters in size were thrown more than 10 kilometers away by the explosion as if they were lighter than a baseball, like feathers, and fell to the ground in the wilderness like rain. The shockwave finally swept across the camp, and an earth-shattering force surged over. It was like the breath of the wind god. The tents flew up like dandelion seeds, and the heavy vehicles were flipped over like rubber balls. Needless to say, the people were fine. Even if they broke bones, it was only a minor injury. The surrounding players were shocked and excited. They hurriedly recorded this scene, afraid that they would miss anything. Following the shockwave was a second explosion. The frequency could be captured by the human ear, and it was almost enough to break eardrums. Boom! Boom! The sound was like the sky was falling. Deafening. The base at the back gradually stabilized, and the troops quickly retreated far away. Only the fire that kept rising in the wilderness was left. The scene was like a punishment from the heavens. The rolling mushroom cloud was like the grin of the devil, constantly changing and twisting its shape. The leader, with his unfinished ideals and the organization that he had created, turned into a bright firework that lit up the world. The Germinal Organization had typed GG. The nuclear explosion that leveled the headquarters to the ground was the last sound of the Blue Star War. The highest level of the Six Nations held an emergency meeting. The enemy was gone, but the aftermath was not optimistic. According to the scale of the explosion, the Weather Bureau has constructed a calculation model. The first batch of radioactive dust will enter the atmospheric cycle in the next 3 to 6 hours. In the next month, the continent of Andrea will enter a nuclear winter state that will last for at least half a year. It is not suitable for any creatures to survive. A large number of plants and animals will die on the land, completely turning it into a land of death. The radiation will affect the coastal area of Andrea, which may cause the collapse of the marine food chain. Some marine creatures may also undergo unknown mutations. The high concentration of radiation and pollutants will enter the ocean cycle and spread to the entire world through rain. This process will take about 300 to 500 days to complete. Then, the global climate will start to worsen. Because of the large scale, the degree of deterioration will not be as severe as Andrea, but it will still cause serious damage to the atmosphere. It will affect the whole body and cause negative effects in all aspects. This effect will last for more than 10 years. During this period of time, it is estimated that the level of civilization will not improve, and it may even regress. The upper echelons of the Six Nations had serious expressions. This was not just a matter of one country, but a matter of the entire world and the entire race. An anti-war upper echelon slammed the table and said angrily, "Look, look. What did you do? Our troops suffered heavy losses, and we did not get any benefits after the victory. This even led to such an outcome. We should not have gone on an expedition, we should not have started a war. It would have been better to let the Germinal Organization hide in Andrea. They should have quit while they were ahead after destroying their base. When they decided to go on an expedition, some of the politicians were anti-war because once the war started, resources and speaking rights would be tilted toward the military. Some of the upper echelons were naturally unhappy, but the minority obeyed the majority, and their voices were ignored. Now, they had a legitimate reason to jump out and speak righteously after the fact. At this point, let's not talk nonsense. It's better to end the pain quickly than to prolong the pain. The bitter consequences of the war had to be borne by the entire world, and it affected many innocent people. In order to get rid of this huge problem, many of the upper echelons asked themselves if it was really worth it. In the end, The answer was yes. At least in the eyes of the upper echelons, a huge enemy was more threatening than the so-called global meteorological disaster. Only by getting rid of this huge problem could they be at ease and not have to worry about it anymore. Only then could they have the conditions to develop steadily. The upper echelons of the various countries felt that everyone had to face the threat of the meteorological disaster and spend national resources to deal with it. They were still on the same starting line, which was fair to everyone. Fortunately, the result was not irreparable. If it was polluted, they could deal with it later. That was life. Should we block the news from the public? There are too many people who know about it. There's no need to. Let's announce it officially. The public will definitely protest and blame us for causing this result. It's not important. Anyway, the war is over. What we have to face now is the follow-up disaster. Let everyone know that we are in the same situation. We should put aside the past and not think about who is right and who is wrong. We should work together to get through this. Then, should we, the upper echelons of the various countries discussed one suggestion after another. Bennett's face was pale. He paced back and forth in the room, muttering too much and crazy to himself. Han Xiao sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, looked at the blue sky outside the window, and shook his head. The leader pressed the final note and turned the headquarters into ashes. The Germinal organization could be said to be the first big boss that he had faced, and it was destroyed by his hands. One of the main storyline of Blue Star had been destroyed by him. Han Xiao kind of liked this feeling. No matter how legendary the leader's deeds were, he was still his enemy. Han Xiao was not soft-hearted toward his enemies. A win was a win, and there was no need for the winner to feel sorry for himself. You have received Planet Legendary Point, Germinal Organization buried. Grade a main storyline mission, Fall of the Seeds, completed. Grade, unbelievable. You have received, unbelievable, grade mission reward. Calculating rewards. Chapter 280. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. So far, the highest rating he had ever received was excellent, and unbelievable was even higher than that. If it were a normal player, the normal process of the mission would be like this: infiltrate one base after another and steal information to find out the location of the other bases. As the Germinal organization's alert level increased, the enemies they faced became stronger and stronger. Every time they got the information of the next base, they had to choose between destroying the base personally or using the Six Nations. The former had a higher reward. However, he skipped the most complicated intelligence-gathering operation and directly threw out the location of all the Germinal organization bases. The difference in efficiency was like using a scythe to harvest and a tractor to harvest. Dust of the Fallen Seeds was an A-level main storyline. Han Xiao had the advantage of being familiar with the storyline, but it still took him more than a year to complete it. It was almost like he had completed the final goal of the entire main storyline all by himself. Han Xiao was quite satisfied with the result and looked forward to the reward. A new legendary point. Han Xiaoxin was certain. This was the reward he had expected. The maximum mission reward was increased by 5%, and the total daily reward was increased by 100%. Soon, the interface was refreshed with other rewards. The personal destruction progress was almost half. This meant that in the operation to destroy the Germinal organization, Han Xiao's effect was almost the same as the entire army of the Six Nations. All the operations of the Six Nations were supported by his intelligence, and it could be said that the information he revealed had been influencing the direction of the situation. This was an open scheme, using the Six Nations' hostility toward the Germinal organization. As long as the Six Nations gave them a knife, they would do it. Even if the Six Nations knew that Han Xiao had the intention of killing them with a borrowed knife, they were willing to be used. In the end, Han Xiao and the Six Nations had achieved their goals. According to my mission evaluation, the probability of a random reward being a good item should be quite high. Han Xiao thought to himself. The random reward mechanism was to first draw a type of item, possibly an item, a skill, or something like that. Then, it would randomly draw a few rewards for the person to choose from. Only when the mission had a high evaluation would there be a chance for it to appear. Putting the random reward aside, He first looked at the 5 special items. You have received, character summon card, Germinal Organization Leader. You have received, character summon card, Destiny's Child. You have received, character summon card, Aurora. You have received, character summon card, Hela. You have received, Medal of Honor, Germinal Organization Burial, A. Han Xiao was shocked. This was the first time he had received so many character summon cards at once. The function of the character summon card was to allow the user to release or temporarily possess the ability to summon a target. It was a trump card type consumable item, and if used well, it could instantly change the situation. He had only received 2 in the past. Character summon card, Germinal Organization Leader, Armor Piercing Combo. All attacks released in the next 8 seconds will be armor-piercing critical hits, reducing the target's defense by 24%. Duration: 5 minutes. Usage: 012 character summon card, Destiny's Child, Future Peak, predict an opportunity. Can specify items such as missions, items, a certain character's future actions, etc. Usage: 05 character summon card, Aurora, Life Return, instantly recover to full status. Usage: 06 character summon card, Hela, Whisper of the Dead, deals 3 psychic attacks to the enemy. Damage depends on the user's INT or MYS, can be specified. Reduces the target status by 15%. Duration: 3 hours. Usage: 08 only Destiny's Child's effect was not detailed. The other 3 were very simple and effective. Predict an opportunity. This meaning is very ambiguous. Could it be predicting the possibility of completing a mission and obtaining a specific item? Han Xiao had a flash of inspiration. He had the idea of leaving Blue Star, but the methods that he thought of were not very reliable. This was a good opportunity to test out the effect of Destiny's Child. Han Xiao did not hesitate and immediately used it. He silently thought about heading to the galaxy. His vision suddenly blurred, as if it was filled with a dense fog. After an unknown amount of time, a smear of black color spread out in the center of his vision, turning into an unreal picture. The background seemed to be a wasteland. A flame fell from the sky, smashing a ring-shaped crater, emitting black smoke and electric sparks. Some inexplicable information flashed through his mind. The location is, the time is. The image stopped abruptly, as if everything was an illusion. Han Xiao came back to his senses, and the information had already been imprinted in his mind. His expression changed slightly, and he thought to himself, indeed, it predicted an opportunity to head to the galaxy. This opportunity was originally one of the methods that I thought of, but I did not know the exact time. This card predicted a rough time and location, penetrating the fog of destiny, and seeing the timing of a certain event that I was looking forward to. The effect of this card was very surprising, and Han Xiao was even more confident in leaving Blue Star. He looked at the last item, Medal of Honor, Germinal Organization's Burial, A. Completing a high-difficulty main storyline mission and obtaining a high rating would give this Medal of Honor. Its effect was an increase of all attributes by 3%. If he collected 3 of them, he could exchange them for a special achievement badge. The effect of wearing it was an increase of all attributes by 12%. He had obtained it before and knew that the effect was impressive, so he immediately put it on. After calculating the special items, Han Xiao began to randomly give out rewards. Randomly drawing. Your reward type this time is item. Please choose one of the 3 items below. Race change card, randomly change your race. Mission completion card, X3 directly complete the mission and obtain the mission reward with the lowest rating. Esper potential enhancement fluid, increase Esper potential. Good stuff. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. Esper potential enhancement fluid was extremely rare, and Espers were willing to go bankrupt to buy it because there were only 2 ways to increase one's Esper potential. One was through rare experiments and potions in the game, and the other was the Esper potential enhancement fluid. The other 2 were not suitable for him, so he chose the Esper potential enhancement fluid and placed it on the interface. Esper potential enhancement fluid, be it sold to players or used by other characters, has a lot of potential value. I have to stock up on something like this first. It will definitely be useful in the future, Han Xiao thought to himself. The reward this time was very bountiful. Although it did not seem like much, it was because Han Xiao's standards were too high. If it were a player, 10 million experience was an astronomical figure. There were also potential points, attribute points, and the reward items were all very useful, and Han Xiao was quite satisfied. The most valuable thing was the pile of items. Dungeon spawning, 6 nations and Germinal organization. What is this? Please select the main storyline to form the dungeon crystal. It can form the dungeon crystal. Han Xiao's expression changed drastically, and he was pleasantly surprised. After trying it for a while, he familiarized himself with the function. Simply put, it could turn many of his actions in the Germinal organization's main storyline into dungeons and generate dungeon crystals as rewards for missions. The benefits were self-evident, and it increased the variety of rewards he could give. Han Xiao speculated that the reason for this new function should be because he could complete the main storyline with high difficulty with a high rating, which was equivalent to doing legendary deeds, and he could turn those deeds into dungeons. Some NPC missions might give him dungeon crystals. Dion, whom he had met before, had given him a dungeon crystal as a reward. Now, he had the same ability, and because of the existence of the interface, he could control the generation of dungeon crystals. He familiarized himself with it and realized that dungeon crystals could only be used as mission rewards and could not be directly turned into items to be sold in the shop. This was in line with the way players obtained dungeon crystals. Compared to the other rewards, this function was the biggest gain. It strengthened his function as an NPC and made him more attractive to players. Han Xiao was pleasantly surprised. Only legendary experiences can create dungeons. In other words, it can greatly change the main storyline of a planet or a larger area. The NPC template might have more functions, but I haven't triggered them yet. Since the NPC template had this ability, it meant that the benefits of participating in the main storyline had increased. If he could have the right to create dungeons for many major events, the players would be unbelievably loyal to him. Chapter 281. 1. After dealing with the rewards, Bennett sat down and said in a deep voice, "A war of this level will not happen again in the short term. However, after the 6 nations recover, they may start to deal with the other forces and continue to consolidate their rule. After the Germinal organization is defeated, the Darknet is one of the largest organizations left. They will deal with us sooner or later." Han Xiao put away his excitement and put on a contemplative expression. Before you have the right to speak, everyone thinks they are good people. However, the 6 nations still have to deal with the aftermath of the nuclear explosion in the short term. They won't have time to do anything else. Speaking of disasters, your shelter plan can come in handy. Bennett sighed. I would rather it never come in handy. After the war, there will be more wanderers from the outside world seeking shelter. I plan to speed up the plan and build shelters in the western and northern continents. The refugees in Andrea need to be moved. I will also send people to receive them. The 6 nations are very willing to leave this mess to us. Blue Star had 2 main storylines. One was the Germinal organization, which had been destroyed by him. This was the main conflict. The second was the construction of shelters. Compared to the Germinal organization war, the shelter main storyline was not as intense. The entire Blue Star would enter a stable period. There would not be any large-scale conflicts in version 1.0. Han Xiao's strength stood at the top of the planet, and he was the one who destroyed the Germinal organization. He basically had no enemies, so he could develop steadily. The Germinal organization main storyline was supposed to be a major event throughout version 1.0, where the players could show off their skills. However, it was gone in the early stages, so they could only do small things in the future. Players with chaotic tendencies naturally did not like peace, but it was a good thing for Han Xiao. He had just obtained the right to create a dungeon for the Germinal organization main storyline. He could split the war into many dungeons to satisfy the players' inextinguishable desire for battle. He could attract more players to his side and continue to increase his status. The Germinal organization has been destroyed. I have no enemies in Blue Star, so I can prepare to go to the galaxy with peace of mind. The opportunity to leave Blue Star happens to be during the Pro League, which is close to a year later. This period of time will be very stable. I need to accumulate a lot of experience. After all, there are not many players in the galaxy for me to interact with. Now that the enemy was gone, Han Xiao felt as if his tense nerves had finally relaxed. Version 1.0 would last for 3.5 years, and they could definitely afford to wait for a year. Right now, the Six Nations were immersed in the joy of victory and did not know that a calamity would soon befall them. The climate disaster caused by the nuclear explosion would probably increase the strength of the mutation disaster, and Han Xiao could only mourn for them. Over the next few days, Han Xiao participated in a high-level meeting of the Darknet to discuss their future. He was mainly a bystander and did not express his opinion. However, none of the upper echelons present dared to ignore him. As the current most powerful person in the Darknet and the biggest culprit behind the destruction of the Germinal organization, Han Xiao's fame and status had broken through the sky. The intelligence agencies of the Six Nations had taken the initiative to commend him. With this achievement, Han Xiao would be respected everywhere. If he returned to Stardragon now, he would also receive the same treatment. On the players' forums, the end of the main storyline had attracted a lot of attention. All kinds of discussion posts flooded the forums. It was the first time that the players had participated in such a big event, and they could not help but be excited. Some players who had witnessed the nuclear explosion with their own eyes posted videos, which attracted a lot of attention. After creating such a huge scene, the players could not forget about Han Xiao after the opening ceremony. Their imaginations ran wild, and they came up with even more bizarre stories, increasing Han Xiao's fame once again. After the war ended, the Germinal organization players lost their faction and had the chance to choose again. They could leave Andrea together with the refugees and choose which continent to go to. Almost 70% of the former Germinal organization players chose the southern continent without hesitation. Black Phantom, we are here. The former Germinal organization players were so happy that they almost cried. After suffering for so long, they could finally make a comeback. Who could understand the bitterness they felt every time they saw players from other continents showing off the benefits of Han Xiao? Why did not all the former Germinal organization players come? A large portion of the remaining 30% had participated in the mission of the Germinal organization headquarters. Han Xiao's initial favorability with them was more than 10 points, and they were in despair. Trash Germinal organization, give me back my future. The helicopter landed in Sanctuary 3. As soon as he got off the helicopter, Huang Yu came over and stopped. What's wrong? Han Xiao noticed Huang Yu's hesitation. Huang Yu coughed and said, Your Excellency, your family is here to visit you. My family? Han Xiao was stunned for a moment before realizing that it was the Overmera family. Thinking about it carefully, after the war ended, he was an internal member of the Overmera, and he was currently the most important person in the world. The Overmera was naturally curious about his attitude and wanted to use this relationship to get on his good side. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and said, Let him see me. 10 minutes later, Xiao Quan followed Huang Yu to the guest hall. He was the ambassador sent by the Overmera to visit Han Xiao, one of the adopted sons of Xiao Jin, and also the original brother of this body of Han Xiao. He could be considered as the so-called family. Xiao Quan was more outstanding among the adopted sons, and he was chosen as the ambassador because he knew how to judge the situation. When Han Xiao's real identity was exposed, many of the brothers in the family were in disbelief. Some of them were very angry when they thought that Han Xiao had become their elder and taken advantage of them. However, Xiao Quan did not dare to have such emotions. He was very clear about the current situation, and he could not judge the current Han Xiao with the same standards as before. Every time he thought of the angry faces of the other brothers, Xiao Quan felt that they did not know what was good for them. Black Phantom alone was far more powerful than the entire Overmera, so he did not dare to underestimate him. Xiao Quan used his eloquence to talk to Huang Yu, wanting to find out Han Xiao's attitude. Huang Yu followed Han Xiao's attitude and ignored Xiao Quan. Xiao Quan could not help but feel more nervous. We're here, let's go in. The door to the guest room opened, and Xiao Quan immediately saw Han Xiao sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. He was staring at him calmly. Xiao Quan couldn't help but hold his breath, not even daring to breathe loudly. Xiao Han, long time no see. He braced himself and greeted him, trying to ease the atmosphere. Call me Han Xiao said lightly. This was not a good sign, and Xiao Quan was frightened, so he could only change his words. You're alone? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and said, Why is Overmera looking for me? Xiao Quan hurriedly worded his words and said carefully, Han Xiao, father has been thinking about you and wants to see you. He hopes that you can go back, and he can explain everything that happened in the past. Han Xiao did not say anything, but stared straight at Xiao Quan. Xiao Quan only felt that the gaze was full of pressure. He lowered his head subconsciously, and small beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. You want me to go over? Han Xiao stood up and walked over in large strides, as if he was going to attack. Xiao Quan was pressured by the aura, and when he thought of Han Xiao's various deeds, a wave of panic arose. He shrank back like a quail, knocked over a chair, lost his balance and fell to the ground. He hurriedly wanted to get up, but suddenly a shadow shrouded him. Han Xiao had both hands in his pockets, bent over, and looked down at him. His eyes were like needles, piercing Xiao Quan's heart. He half knelt on the ground, not daring to move, and looked up with a panicked expression. I think you don't understand the situation. If you want to see me, ask Xiao Jin and the others to come over themselves. Han Xiao's tone was indifferent, and suddenly reached out his hand, touching Xiao Quan. It's over, he wants to kill me. Xiao Quan's face was full of panic, and his mind was blank. His shoulder was suddenly grabbed by a hand, and there was a force that lifted him up. Xiao Quan was pulled up, and Han Xiao patted his shoulder as if he was sweeping the dust off him. Tell them what I said, word for word. Huang Yu, who was waiting on the side, opened the door, extended his hand, and said expressionlessly, please. Xiao Quan regained his senses, but he was still scared. He did not dare stay any longer and left as if he was running away. Han Xiao sat back on the sofa and thought to himself, Overmera's visit is probably because they want to use their relationship as family to get my help, but I can use them. If I let Overmera move to Sanctuary 3, there will be even more NPC resources here. On the other side, after Xiao Quan left, he immediately reported Han Xiao's attitude to Xiao Jin, trembling in fear. He wants you to come over personally. Xiao Jin's expression was uncertain, and he let out a long sigh. This time, it's going to cost a lot. In the past, Han Xiao was wearing a mask, and the two sides did not know each other's background, so there was still room for negotiation. But now that he revealed his true identity, it was the same as shedding all pretense of cordiality. All the conflicts were put on the table, and Overmera was the weaker side, so they could only keep backing down. Xiao Jin looked at Xiao Hai beside him and said with a deep voice, You better prepare how to apologize and make up for it yourself. Then he slammed the door and left, leaving Xiao Hai in the room with a panicked expression. Chapter 282. 1. After sending away the Overmera messenger, Han Xiao went to find Mad Blade and the others to experiment with the dungeon creation function. Personal test subjects were indeed useful. When he came to the next room, the four of them were not at home. Han Xiao scratched his head, took out his tablet, and opened all the hidden surveillance cameras in the sanctuary. The system filtered the faces and quickly locked onto the location of the four people. Maple Moon was learning the new formula from Yi Yeqing. The green fog was rolling out of the potion, and there were a few honest-looking players standing next to her. They were probably there to test the potion. They did not know what they were going to face next. Hao Tian was in the arena, defending. As a professional guru, he had high expectations of himself and did not forget to train his skills at all times. Mad Blade was being beaten up like a punching bag by Hela. Hela listened to Han Xiao's suggestion and found an inhuman to be her training partner. She developed her superpower and beat up Mad Blade in all kinds of ways. Aurora was sitting in a wheelchair, hugging Bear Cub and watching from the side. Pork Bun was recording excitedly. He was more familiar with Mad Blade, so he was very happy to see Mad Blade being beaten into a pulp. Maybe this was what friends were like. Han Xiao went to Hellas' room and called the other 4 people to gather. Just as he entered the yard, a black shadow flew over his head. It was Mad Blade, so without thinking, he reached out and pulled him down from the sky. Hyla retracted her hand, and her floating red hair fell back down, returning to its curly waist-length hair. The red light in her eyes disappeared, and Han Xiao sized up Frenzied Sword, who looked miserable. He nodded to himself. Now, Hyla had the style of persuading his sister to leave. The bear cub on Aurora's knee struggled to get up, fell to the ground, and rolled around. It ran to Han Xiao's side, hugged his leg, and climbed up. It hung around his neck like a backpack. The bear cub was fed well, and its weight had increased by almost 2 times. Han Xiao raised his hand and slapped bear cub away. He then looked at the combat information on the interface. Bear cub was level 18, 4 levels higher than when it was first brought back. It was a claw ice bear species with good growth potential. Hyla's expression was complicated. She was full of hatred for the Germinal organization, but she had never thought that such a huge organization would be completely destroyed. The hatred disappeared with the explosion. She could not help but think of the first time they met. Who would have thought that the pale and weak test subject would become such a legend a year later? Seeing her expression, Han Xiao took out his tablet, opened a few photos and passed them to Hela. The photos were taken by the Six Nations drones. The Germinal organization's headquarters was in ruins after the nuclear explosion. After the explosion, most of them are dead. If the Germinal organization still has people left, they will only be small fries in the periphery. So, there is no need to worry about the Germinal organization coming back, unless they are tired of living. Han Xiao paused and said, "You were once a member of the Germinal organization, and you are also on the Six Nations wanted list. But now, you are one of my people. The Six Nations will not target you anymore." Hela frowned. "I didn't say that I want to be your subordinate." Aurora raised her hand. "I want to be." Hela was bitter. She reached out and ruffled Aurora's hair. Aurora's hair had grown out during this time, and her short blonde hair covered her ears. They chatted for a while, and Hao Tian and Maple Moon arrived. Usually, when Han Xiao summoned them, it would be good news, so they were secretly looking forward to it. Han Xiao used the dungeon creation function. He thought for a while and intercepted the Dark Crow Valley operation to create a dungeon crystal. This level was suitable for the current players. LV30 Dungeon Crystal, Dark Crow Valley Operation, Introduction. Dark Crow Valley Base, a base of the Germinal organization in the southern continent, was destroyed by Stardragon and Hessler. This will be your test. Dungeon type, backtracking dungeon. Current number of players cleared, 0. Highest dungeon completion rate, none. Record holder, none. Dungeon crystal. The 4 of them looked at each other. The average level of players was around level 30, and they had started to come into contact with dungeons. So far, Blue Star had found 11 fixed dungeons, which were dungeons that could be obtained from a certain character through repeated missions. Basically, they were from various factions, and they were all small 5-man dungeons. A new dungeon meant a new opportunity. After the 4 of them completed the mission, a white diamond-shaped crystal appeared in their hands, and they could enter the dungeon as long as they crushed it. Mad Blade immediately said, "This is a 5-man dungeon. Let's pull one more person and see if we can get the first clear." Because of Han Xiao, the 4 of them often played together, and they were all familiar with each other. Hao Tian nodded. "Okay, I'll pull Yellow Sky shall stand from Sky Territory over." No one had any objections. The 4 of them went to the square and waited for a while. Yellow Sky shall stand ran over with a happy face. Hao Tian was his idol, and he was very happy that his idol was bringing him to play. The 5 of them formed a small team. Let's have a look at the dungeon first. Mad Blade crushed the crystal, and a mist enveloped the 5 of them, and they disappeared in the crowded square. The 5 of them were dazzled, and their surroundings turned into a dense forest. It was night, and they could not see their own fingers. The backtracking dungeon allowed players to participate in the past events. A notification appeared on the interface. You are the soldiers of the Dark Crow Valley base. Hessler and Stardragon are about to invade. Your mission is to protect the Dark Crow Valley base as much as possible. Countdown to dungeon preparation, 10 minutes dungeon objective, survive until the end of the mission. Reward, 15,000 EXP optional mission 1, kill 5 Stardragon or Hessler agents. Reward, 30,000 EXP optional mission 2, protect the base from leaking the truth. Reward, 45,000 EXP optional mission 3, Pan Kwong and Ji Jie survive in the end. Reward, 70,000 EXP optional mission 4, defeat the Stardragon and Hessler forces. Reward, 110000 EXP dungeon failure condition, annihilation. What a great reward. Yellow Sky Shall Stand was shocked. As a core member of the guild, he was very knowledgeable. Currently, the level 30 dungeons that the players had encountered only had 2 to 3 missions, and the total reward was only 70,000 to 80,000 EXP. This dungeon had 5 missions, and the rewards were so high. Yellow Sky Shall Stand's face turned serious. But the higher the reward, the higher the difficulty. The other 4 of them looked at each other in confusion. Is that so? They did not feel that Black Phantom's mission was difficult. We are different, Pork Bun said sincerely. He did not have the heart to correct Yellow Sky Shall Stand. Mad Blade looked at the notification and said in surprise, the dungeon will start in 10 minutes, but we can move freely now. What does this mean? This was the first time that they had encountered a dungeon with a countdown, and they were confused. In fact, only dungeons with higher difficulty would have a countdown, and the entry point would be a period of time before the event to allow the players to prepare. It was the same this time. The dungeon started when the Hessler agents were about to steal the information, and the players had a chance to stop them. If they changed the starting plot, the entire dungeon would be lowered from hell difficulty to hard. However, the interface did not mention this, and the players had to figure it out themselves. In the future, when Han Xiao released this dungeon, the players in the sanctuary would have to suffer hundreds of times before they found the right way to start. At this time, the 5 of them did not know the importance of these 10 minutes, and they started the dungeon according to the rules. However, this was their first time exploring a dungeon, and this kind of compound dungeon was very different from the usual dungeons. The sense of immersion and gameplay were higher, and the difficulty was also higher. The 5 of them were in pain but happy at the same time, and they could only follow the mission given by the base and patrol continuously. A day passed like this. On the second night, as a routine patrol, Bun Hit Dog's head suddenly exploded. Your teammate, Pork Bun Beat the Dog, has died. What the hell? The remaining 4 of them were shocked and quickly looked around. However, the forest was deep, and the night was dark. The wind blew and the leaves rustled, and they did not know where the enemy was. Bang! This time, it was Hao Tian's turn to get a headshot. The 3 of them were very nervous. Hao Tian's voice sounded in the team channel. The interface says that I received a fatal attack. The one who killed me is Black Phantom. The 3 of them were shocked. So, this was a dungeon with Han Xiao in it. And in the enemy's camp. Everyone's morale plummeted. Han Xiao's dungeon generation function was to intercept an event and automatically generate a mission. The characters in the dungeon were all mirror images, and they acted according to the original plot. They had the strength of that time, but it had nothing to do with the original person. 3 consecutive gunshots, and the 3 of them were dead. Their vision blurred, and they returned to the square. They spent a day in the dungeon, but only 10 minutes had passed in the outside world. The time flow in the dungeon was different. Dungeon, Dark Crow Valley operation, failed. Dungeon cooldown time, 3 hours. The 5 of them smiled bitterly. This was too difficult. They did not even know how they died. On the other hand, Han Xiao saw the return of the 5 of them from the monitor. After confirming that the dungeon crystal was effective, he started to think. The dungeon crystal can only be issued through missions, and it cannot be sold for money. Its use to me is to gather more players and provide more benefits to the players. This way, it will be easier to command the players, and the players will know about my deeds through the dungeon, which will increase my status. These are all more hidden benefits. However, The dungeon crystal cannot be sold, so there is no direct benefit. Chapter 283. 1. The next day, Han Xiao officially released the dungeon missions on a large scale. The players in the sanctuary were pleasantly surprised. I didn't expect Black Phantom to have a dungeon mission. Why didn't it appear before? Oh right, the Germinal organization's main storyline has just ended. Maybe it's to let us experience it again through the dungeon, and Han Xiao is the one who releases the fixed dungeon. If that's the case, it's not bad. The players in the sanctuary did not participate in the war main storyline, so it was a pity. Now that Han Xiao released a dungeon related to the completed main storyline, it was undoubtedly a chance to make up for it. The players swarmed in, but Han Xiao did not give them away for free this time. He had set up such a quest. The reward was a dungeon crystal, and the requirement was something called contribution points. As long as one accepted the quest and bought items, learned skills, and bought chests from him, their purchases would increase their contribution points and they would be able to complete the quest. Since he couldn't sell dungeon crystals and couldn't generate any direct profits, he could use a more flexible method. After all, he could set the quest requirements at will and treat the dungeon crystals as additional rewards. This would stimulate more players to spend money here and increase his sales. Players who originally wanted to spend money were even more willing to spend when they saw that they could complete the instance dungeon quests. Players who wanted to complete the instance dungeon quests came to spend money and found that the items he sold were both good and cheap. Then, they fell into the trap, forming a cycle. This was a promotional method. The effect was obvious. Han Xiao's first attempt increased his sales by 30%. The results were gratifying. The most direct effect was that the area around Han Xiao became even more crowded than the subway. There were so many people around him that not even a drop of water could trickle through. After getting the dungeon crystal, the players called their friends and formed teams to clear the dungeon. The basic process was to enter the dungeon happily and come out with a dumbfounded expression. The goal of clearing the dungeon was to live to the end. When the dungeon first started, everyone died on the path of revolution. 2 days later, someone finally cleared the dungeon, but the completion rate was terrible. They did not complete a single optional mission and only had the lowest basic completion rate. The 4 optional missions were the biggest rewards. They spent money on Han Xiao to get the dungeon crystal, but they only got the lowest dungeon reward. Was this not a loss? The players were not satisfied and suffered like crazy. They were tortured until their mentality collapsed. The difficulty of the optional missions was completely different from the goal of clearing the dungeon. Wow, this dungeon is playable. Black Phantom took 8 of my HP. I'm tired. Players couldn't help but post on the forum, sharing information and videos of dungeons, and brainstorming. After dying so many times, I've come to a conclusion. If I don't die under the orders of the base, it's my loss. How do I complete the optional quest? Is this really a level 30 dungeon? An expert player integrated the information and analyzed the storyline of the dungeon based on the 5 missions. This is the general direction of the dungeon. On the first night of entering the dungeon, Hessler's agents took action, and false information was leaked from the base. On the second night, Black Phantom started to act. He killed the patrolling soldiers and infiltrated the base through some unknown means. That night was the key to completing the second mission. Then, the base was on alert, and traces of Black Phantom were discovered. There was a chase, which ended in failure. Following that, Hessler's troops will arrive, and the battle will begin. There is a chance to complete Mission 1 here. Everyone will be trapped in the base, and in the end, the base will explode and you will die. If you survive until this point, you will be considered to have completed the mission. A table and video were listed here, showing the things to pay attention to at every step of the dungeon's storyline. Then, the topic changed. Obviously, in this path, there is no chance to complete the last 2 optional quests. I dare to guess that there are actually 2 paths in this dungeon. One is the open path, which is the storyline that we have experienced, and the other is the hidden path, which is related to the last 2 optional quests. So far, no one has triggered them. In order to defeat the enemy's troops, I think we have to start with intelligence. After some investigation, I found a new opportunity. There is a 10-minute preparation time at the start of the dungeon, which is actually the time before Hessler's agents take action. If we stop them from obtaining intelligence, we may be able to change the direction of the dungeon's storyline. However, this is a fierce battle, and no one has succeeded. Finally, a reminder to all players, do not have any contact with Black Phantom. Once you encounter him, you will die. Players were very passionate about the dungeon, and there were all kinds of analysis posts on the forum. Han Xiao didn't know the exact situation of the dungeon because although he had selected the clip, the mission was automatically generated. However, he saw the videos shared by players on the forum and knew what the players had experienced. The players are actually from the Dark Crow Valley base camp. Is it because they are in the same camp as me, so this dungeon is not difficult at all? Han Xiao was helpless. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. But this is also good. The higher the difficulty of the dungeon, the higher the reward, the longer the player's passion. I am the person involved, and no one knows the key points of this storyline better than I do. I can make some targeted machines and sell them to the players to help them complete the mission. The more benefits the players received from the dungeon, the more help it would be to him. His original intention was not to let the dungeon be difficult for all the players, and he could make a lot of money by selling targeted machines to help the players. This was a business opportunity. Han Xiao was a man of action. The next day, he mass-produced targeted machines, special helmets that could protect against long-range sniping, and special auxiliary devices that could help the players move quickly in the jungle. Once they were launched, the players who had been tortured by the dungeon immediately took a fancy to them, and they were sold out immediately. Where there was demand, there would be a market. This was the market economy, and Han Xiao was very familiar with this. He seized all the opportunities and formed a new business chain. Han Xiao was too lazy to count how many segments he had benefited from. He only knew that a lot of money flew into his wallet. As the aquamarine dollar was not a currency circulating in the universe, he had been spending lavishly on machines, materials, and rare resources. However, not only did the money in his hands not decrease, but it was also increasing at a steady rate. When Han Technician was still a player, he could not wait to split his money in half. Now, he had so much money that he could not spend it all. Even the Fabian Company's warehouse had been emptied by him, and he needed to restock. It's so troublesome to have money. Han Xiao was really worried. He did not want to bring a pile of aquamarine dollars into the galaxy as toilet paper. With the new machines, it was much easier for the players to clear the dungeon. The new machines that he had made became the standard equipment in the eyes of the players. Compared to the generous rewards of the dungeon, the cost was acceptable, and the players felt that it was worth it. At least one person in a 5-person team would have the equipment, and it was basically a necessity. As the money accumulated, Han Xiao earned an additional bucket of gold. The difficulty level of the dungeon had evolved from NetEase to Tencent. Although Tencent was often criticized, it was still very conscientious compared to NetEase. Tencent, play your D*MN*D if you don't have money. NetEase, play your D*MN*D. That was the difference between the two. The long-term benefits of being the publisher of the dungeon are very significant. As long as I am in a place, there is no need to worry about attracting players. This is the main storyline of version 1.0. I can create dungeons that are below level 60 for a long time. I will only create dungeons in the Dark Crow Valley for the time being. When the players slowly level up, I will release new dungeons. This way, I can always satisfy the needs of the players and carry out sustainable development, Han Xiao calculated. Moreover, as more dungeons are released, the players will personally experience my experience. It will be very helpful for me to consolidate and deepen my impression of myself. I have to let the players know that other than being handsome, I have countless good points. Han Xiao valued the players. After all, if he wanted to grow quickly, he could not avoid interacting with the players. Furthermore, the players were a group of lawless people, so he did not want to stand on the opposite side of the players. Although he was ahead of the players by a lot, once the players grew up, they could still cause some trouble. This was something that he had to admit. Han Technician was not arrogant. Chapter 284. Hundreds of supply boxes were neatly stacked in the warehouse, forming a small mountain. They contained the countless parts and materials that Han Xiao had hoarded. This was the secret base under Sanctuary 3. While building the sanctuary, Han Xiao had also secretly expanded the base. It was now his secret stronghold. All the roads were equipped with identification and defense machine gun arrays. Other than fixed cameras monitoring all the entrances, there were also countless detection spiders lurking in the shadows. The security was very tight. Han Xiao had a total of 3 warehouses. One was for raw materials and parts, and the second was for mechanical equipment that he had built for practice and sold to the players. The last one was an important warehouse that stored the equipment he used. The new mechanical suit, Amphipter, was stored in this important warehouse. The items in these warehouses were all for his preparation for interstellar travel. Recently, the dungeon function had allowed him to earn a huge sum of money, and the money was rolling in. He did not know how much money he would accumulate before he headed to the galaxy, but the good situation did not make Han Xiao too excited. He saw some problems. He was earning the players' money, so where did the players' money come from? Naturally, it came from doing missions. It came from other NPCs. In essence, the players acted as human porters, gathering the wealth of the NPCs scattered all over the place and sending it to Han Xiao through spending, forming a torrent of money. When the money moved, it formed an assembly line, and Han Xiao was barely the end of the flow of money. The money was safely placed in his pocket. Then, if the players wanted to earn money, they would have to work for other NPCs. If he wanted to increase the players' spending level, he had to pour in fresh water from the source and increase the NPCs in the sanctuary. There was another problem. The players would not stay in the main city forever. They would definitely go to other places to do missions and experience the storyline. To make the players return home, in addition to the various activities that were being completed, he had to make the transportation in the main city more convenient. Han Xiao was preparing to build a new transportation network for the sanctuary, including railway tracks and scheduled flights. This was a very large budget that the Darknet could not afford at the moment. Bennett was developing a new sanctuary and did not have the money to spare. And these two problems had the same solution. Find a spendthrift who was willing to fork out money and people. The phone rang, and Huang Yu's voice came through. The Overmera family's visiting team is at the entrance of the sanctuary. Should we let them in? Playing with the shell, Han Xiao revealed a meaningful smile. Yes, of course. A fleet of carriages was parked at the entrance of the sanctuary. Xiao Jin had personally led a group of people to pay a visit. This time, the visiting group was mainly made up of members of the Xiao faction. With Xiao Jin as the leader, there were also a group of nephews and nephews. Other than the Xiao faction, the Home faction and the Red Island faction had also sent envoys to show their attitude. The group of people were left hanging at the door for a long time, but Xiao Jin was not impatient at all. He knew that he was the weaker party now, and he was here to ask for help. After waiting for a long time, he was finally let go. He observed the facilities of the sanctuary and nodded repeatedly. He followed Huang Yu to the guest hall and saw Han Xiao sitting in the main seat, sizing them up with a playful look. Without the mask, in the eyes of the members of the Xiao faction, this face was that of Xiao Han, who had been missing for a long time. However, they could not see through the current Han Xiao. It was as if they were looking at a group of strangers. Xiao Jin also did not dare to call his son rashly. He cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, "Black Phantom." Han Xiao glanced at the group of people. He was expressionless and did not answer. He leaned against the chair like a king of a mountain with his legs crossed. He casually played with the yellowish bullet and looked straight at the group of people. Xiao Jin understood what he meant. He looked at Xiao Hai and the group of nephews behind him and tilted his head. The group of Xiao faction juniors made a commotion. They hesitated for a few seconds before they greeted him unwillingly. "Godfather." "Oh, you guys are here," Han Xiao said calmly as if he had seen through the situation. Before Xiao Jin came, he must have expected this awkward relationship. This group of Xiao faction juniors must have been mentally prepared. This hesitant expression was specially made for him to see. It was a tactful reminder that this title was no longer suitable and that it was time to acknowledge him. They wanted him to return to the role of Xiao Jin's son and solidify their relationship. However, it was useless to him. He was not the real Han Xiao. Han Xiao was indifferent. He said, "What do you want from me?" Seeing this, Xiao Jin coughed and said, "I can explain what happened in the past. Your brother wants to apologize to you personally." Xiao Hai took a deep breath and put on an apologetic expression. He quickly went through the script in his mind. He had already thought of an apology posture when he was on the way. He had to cry bitterly, grovel, and show remorse for the conflict between brothers. That way, there would be a high chance that he would be forgiven by Han Xiao. As long as the relationship was restored, Overmera would be able to firmly rely on this thigh. Even if Xiao Hai was unwilling, he would be able to brace himself and perform this act of repentance. Xiao Hai took a step forward and was about to open his mouth. Bang! Everyone was shocked. They looked toward the source of the sound. A smoking crater appeared right under Xiao Hai's feet. If he had taken a step forward just now, he would have been hit in the foot. Xiao Hai did not manage to take a step forward. He froze on the spot. The empty shell fell to the ground. Han Xiao's blue mechanical force wrapped around his finger. Black smoke came out of his fingernails. His finger acted as a firing pin, igniting the primer. He fired a bullet with his bare hands. This was so cool that even he himself thought it was cool. The power was limited, but it was enough to scare people. "I don't need to apologize. Let's talk about serious matters," Han Xiao said calmly. Xiao Jin's expression changed slightly. This was not good. This meant that this was the end. They did not talk about relationships and only talked about the deal. This messed up his little plan. He had no choice but to ask Xiao Hai to step back. Xiao Hai gritted his teeth. He was already prepared to apologize, but he was not even given the chance to read the script. Han Xiao did not even look at him. A strong sense of grievance filled his heart. Xiao Jin calmed himself down and said in a deep voice, "The germinal organization has been destroyed. In the future, the Six Nations will be the dominant force. Due to the worsening climate, many wanderers will choose to leave the settlements and join the Six Nations. When the Six Nations recover, they will deal with the scattered warlords like us sooner or later, even if we were once the Six Nations' allies, unless you can find someone who can protect you." Han Xiao rubbed his chin. Xiao Jin nodded. Everything was understood without words. He wanted to plan ahead and rely on Han Xiao and the dark net. Han Xiao changed the topic and said, "You have to pay back what you owe. How did you get to this position?" "Don't you know?" Xiao Jin looked helpless. He originally wanted to talk about relationships, but Han Xiao only talked about benefits, just like the last time when he pretended to be Black Phantom. "What do you want?" "Money, manpower, and moving people near the sanctuary and turning it into a satellite city. It's not easy to collect debts from them." The expressions of the people in Overmera changed slightly. This request required them to give up their previous foundation. Everyone looked at Xiao Jin and waited for him to make a decision. Xiao Jin was silent for a while and decided to compromise. Okay. He had his eyes on the future. War brought chaos, but it also brought order. There would be fewer and fewer wanderers. Once the Six Nations were free, the warlord settlement model would be forcefully broken. Instead of waiting for the hounds to be cooked, it was better to find a way out early and change the family's business model. The Darknet Sanctuary was also considered a settlement, but unlike the warlords, the Six Nations allowed the existence of the sanctuary. Xiao Jin thought about it and felt that this was an opportunity. He had to give up something to gain something, so he agreed. After sending everyone else away, only Han Xiao and Xiao Jin were left. The two of them discussed the specific details of the deal. Xiao Jin was obedient and kept compromising. In the end, Overmera funded the construction of the transportation line and slowly moved people from various strongholds to the sanctuary, including the refugees and wanderers under their rule. This could increase the population of the sanctuary. Overmera was a sucker that Han Xiao found. Han Xiao had no intention of inheriting the original body's relationship, but this could be used to make use of Overmera. After all, this group of people was not good people. I heard that your Southern Continent Division is still looking for Lu Cheng. He's my friend. I know what to do. Xiao Jin sighed. In addition to Overmera, Han Xiao also planned to pull Lu Cheng over. He would not let Overmera be the only one. The sanctuary's competitors were warlords, so the Darknet would support his actions. Chapter 285. Ever since the incident in Green Valley Town, Lu Cheng and Overmera had formed a grudge. His Black Pine settlement had been attacked many times and suffered heavy losses. Since Overmera had joined him, Han Xiao helped Lu Cheng solve this problem and made a call. "It's you." On the phone, Lu Cheng was on guard. He had also received information that Han Xiao was from Overmera. This made him very vigilant, and he suspected that Han Xiao had contacted him before. "Don't worry, Overmera won't trouble you anymore." Han Xiao went straight to the point and expressed his attitude. Lu Cheng was puzzled and asked, "What do you mean?" "Overmera is not on my side, at least not in the past. Now that they have joined me, I'll help you solve your dispute." Han Xiao laughed. "Friends should help each other." "Okay." Lu Cheng's tone softened a little. Thinking of their previous friendship, he felt that Han Xiao would not lie to him, and there was no need for that. He was just a small warlord, and Han Xiao was now a legendary figure. After the war, the 6 nations will dominate the world, and there will be fewer and fewer wanderers. In the future, the warlord model will definitely be dealt with. Han Xiao repeated what Xiao Jin had said. The gist of it was that the business that Xiao Jin was doing now had no future, and it would definitely collapse in the future. Brother, on the other hand, had better prospects. "Don't blame me for not reminding you. Now, I have a chance to give you a hand." Lu Cheng was a little tempted. "Let me think about it." After talking about business, Han Xiao asked if Lei Zhanyu was still in Black Pine Settlement. Lu Cheng's answer was that he had already left. Han Xiao could not help but have a thought. Lei Zhanyu was a mechanic who made the PE0 nano muscle fiber. Old Man Lu had entrusted him to help Lu Cheng. Once Lei Zhanyu left, it would be an opportunity for Old Man Lu to leave behind the 4 blueprints. Old Man Lu would try to get the information to Lu Cheng, and Lu Cheng would then send someone to Stardragon's repair shop to get the blueprints. Although the relationship between father and son was very strained, Old Man Lu's fatherly love was as great as a mountain. Han Xiao secretly shook his head as he thought of his own father and the fried meat slaps that he missed so much. Oh, not this Xiao Jin beside him. Old Man Lu's 4 blueprints were all rare items, and they had a unique style. They could be considered as a set of godly equipment in the early stages of the mechanic class. The probability of obtaining knowledge from them was extremely low, so Han Xiao was quite envious. He currently had 3 types of equipment and battle systems. The Ghost Gaussian Sniper Rifle and Electromagnetic Hoverboots long-range kiting style, the all-round Amphiptyr mechanical suit, and the mechanical pugilist style of magnetic chain split blades and electrothermal cutter. These 3 systems formed his current combat style. The other scattered machines did not count as his usual tactics. For example, the Generation 2. 5 Rangers and Turrets Firepower Rush style, and the Elementary Pure Firearms long-range style with a large number of gunpowder weapons were rarely used. Ever since the Snake Series mecha had left the factory, Han Xiao had very rarely gambled on new blueprints. He was well aware of the knowledge combinations of blueprints. Other than the occasional chance to try his luck, he would only spend his experience to integrate a specific blueprint when he confirmed that a certain battle strategy was required. As for Old Man Lu's 4 blueprints, they belonged to an independent new battle system, so Han Xiao naturally would not miss out on them. The setting sun slowly approached the horizon, gilding the Stardragon western capital with the color of dusk. The air was filled with a hint of melancholy as the day was about to disappear. The people on the streets were in a hurry, as if they wanted to rush home before nightfall. Han Xiao slowly walked on the streets. He had been away for almost a year, and now that he had returned to the western capital, the feeling that this city gave him had changed slightly. There were more people, and the corners of the walls were still covered with anti-war spray paint. The giant screens in the buildings in the distance were rolling the news, and the content was about the victory of the war and the upcoming climate change. The city was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere, and the citizens were confused and worried about their future. At this time, Han Xiao was wearing the facial simulator. He changed his appearance and wore a warm woolen coat. It was already winter, so this outfit was very low-key and ordinary. Returning to the repair shop that he had not seen for a long time, the familiar layout was still there, and his workshop was still next to the shop. Han Xiao walked into the shop, and the lathe hummed. Lu Qian was focused on assembling a machine. She was alone, and old man Lu, who usually sat at the door, was nowhere to be seen. Lu Qian turned around and saw a customer coming in. She hurriedly put down her work and walked over with a smile. "Hello, is there anything you need?" Lu Qian still looked familiar, gentle and delicate like a spring breeze. Han Xiao sized her up and said without a change in expression, "I want to customize a small thing." "What is it?" Lu Qian blinked. Han Xiao took out a blueprint and handed it to Lu Qian. It was a sketch of a small metal sculpture. There was no technical requirement, only grinding and welding. Any machine shop could do it. Lu Qian looked at it for a while and nodded. "No problem, you can come and get it tomorrow." Han Xiao shook his head. "I'm leaving the city tomorrow, so I want it tonight." Lu Qian was troubled. "It will take about 2 hours to make this sculpture. I'll close the shop when it's dark. Then I'll have to go to another shop." Han Xiao pretended to feel pity and whispered, "Is there a modification shop nearby that takes orders of 30,000 yuan? Lu Qian's eyes lit up and changed the topic 180 degrees. "We'll close later today. You can wait in the shop. Once it's done, you can pick it up immediately." Hearing this, Han Xiao smiled inwardly. He knew Lu Qian too well. This trick worked every time. Only by staying in the shop would he have a chance to find the box left behind by old man Lu. Naturally, he couldn't ask Lu Qian directly as it would arouse suspicion. At this moment, a new customer came in. It was a short-haired man. He stuck his head out and said, "I want to buy some household equipment. Do you have it?" "Yes." Lu Qian greeted the customer and pointed to the metal rack. "It's all for sale. Sorry, I have some work on hand. You can take a look yourself." He casually grabbed a stool and sat down. Suddenly, he sensed something and looked to the side. He saw that the man who had just walked in was sizing up the goods on the shelf while secretly sizing him up, constantly observing him. Old man Lu's identity was special. Before he left, he got people from Division 13 to take care of Lu Qian. There were always people around to protect and monitor her to prevent anyone from plotting against her. This new customer was a resident field agent who came to investigate Han Xiao's background. People from Division 13? Han Xiao's LV-70 senses were very sharp. He noticed that this man's footsteps had the characteristics of someone who had undergone military training. He guessed the other party's background after thinking for a while. His expression didn't change as he quietly observed the situation. Now that he had changed his appearance, he wasn't afraid of being recognized. As the sky gradually darkened, Lu Qian focused on her work. Han Xiao sat by the side and waited. The man kept picking from the rack and watching him. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. It wasn't good for him to move around when he was being watched. He secretly shook his leg, and a small spider crawled out of his pocket. It followed the shadow of the corner and moved stealthily. Han Xiao took out his tablet and used his body to block the surveillance's line of sight. He lowered his head and opened the control interface of the spider. He switched to manual mode. The image of the small spider appeared at the bottom right corner of the screen. From the spider's perspective, it moved close to the ground. The detector was specially equipped with a metal detection device. The pipes hidden under the wall and the floor were all glowing red. He remembered that old man Lu's safe was made of metal, so he used metal detection. Half an hour later, the spider found its target in Lu Qian's room on the second floor. A portable safe was placed under the bed. Han Xiao suddenly stood up and said, "Is there a toilet here?" Lu Qian looked up and wiped her sweat. It's upstairs. I'll take you there. No need. You do what you need to do. I'll go by myself. Han Xiao refused and walked up the stairs. After a few steps, he suddenly heard the field agent say that he wanted to go to the toilet. He followed him and watched him closely. Han Xiao clicked his tongue and felt that it was quite troublesome. It was not good for him to move when he was being watched. He suddenly felt evil. When he came to the toilet on the second floor, he suddenly turned around and punched the field agent in the nose with a friendly punch. The field agent could not react at all. He only felt a blur in front of him, and a searing pain erupted from the bridge of his nose. Without saying anything, he was knocked unconscious. After helping the field agent lie down silently, Han Xiao walked into Lu Qian's room, pulled out the safe from under the bed, and entered the password in his memory. Click. The safe opened. Han Xiao glanced at it. The interface notified him that he had obtained 4 rare blueprints. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he was overjoyed. He rolled up the blueprints and stuffed them into his bag. Then, he took out the replacements from his bag and put them into the safe. Finally, he closed the safe and put it back in its original position. The replacements were also mechanical blueprints, but they were normal blueprints. In the future, there would be players who would go through all kinds of hardships to complete this mission. At the very least, that player would not be left empty-handed. Han Xiao felt that his conscience was so great that it touched galaxy. Carrying the field agent downstairs, Lu Qian was shocked. What happened to him? Han Xiao pretended to be disgusted. This guy wanted to go to the toilet with me. His intentions were murderous, so I knocked him out. Lu Qian's expression became strange. She looked at the field agent and mumbled, "So exciting." Han Xiao sat down calmly. He didn't panic at all after knocking out the Division 13 agent. His confidence came from his ability. Moreover, Lu Qian was an old acquaintance. He didn't want to disappear for no reason and cause Lu Qian to be worried. He chatted with Lu Qian casually. 56, please answer. 56, please answer. In a room in a building a few hundred meters away from the repair shop, a group of field agents responsible for protecting Lu Qian was on standby. The captain kept repeating into the walkie-talkie. The target was naturally the field agent in the repair shop. There was no reply. Everyone's expression became serious. *T, his lost contact. Something must have happened in the shop. Move immediately. The captain suddenly stood up, put on a bulletproof vest and ammunition belt, and rushed out of the door with his men. Chapter 286. The cold night wind blew in through the window, and the humming sound of the lathe running filled his ears. It was a little noisy. Han Xiao casually chatted with Lu Qian. "Your shop has been around for a long time. How's the business?" Lu Qian's hair was tied up, and she was wearing a protective mask. She was welding metal with her head down. She did not even look up when she heard the question. The location is so remote. Of course, the business is not good. When I came in, I saw that you were quite busy. Lu Qian shook her head. I'm the only one in the shop. There's a lot of orders. Of course, I have things to do all the time. Don't you need help? Lu Qian paused and sighed softly. I did. I left. Probably because the salary is too low. Han Xiao shook his head. Is that the reason? Lu Qian's tone was suspicious. She was just an ordinary person. She did not know about those big events. Han Xiao left without saying goodbye and there was no news about him. Lu Qian had always been brooding about it. The apprentice that she had painstakingly recruited was gone just like that. Although they did not spend much time together, Han Xiao had left a deep impression on Lu Qian. In the past, there was only her and old man Lu in the shop. With one more person, it was more lively. The time spent together was quite happy. However, after waiting for a long time, Han Xiao still did not return. Lu Qian's mood was down for a long time. Since the business is not good, have you thought of going somewhere else? Lu Qian shook her head. This is my home. Dense footsteps approached. In the night, a field team quickly arrived. At this time, The field personnel who was knocked out woke up slowly. His expression changed drastically. He immediately wanted to do a tactical roll to get up. Suddenly, a fist the size of a sandbag quickly approached him. Bang! In front of the field team, Han Xiao knocked him out with another punch. Don't move. Raise your hands. The field team raised their guns and aimed at Han Xiao. The captain shouted, "We are Stardragon's Strategic Homeland Defense Bureau. We suspect that there's something wrong with your identity. Come with us." Zang. A few cold lights flashed. The field team's gun barrels suddenly broke. The cut was smooth. The captain's expression changed. Requesting. Bang bang bang. Lu Qian's vision blurred. Han Xiao, who had been sitting on the chair a second ago, was now standing in the middle of the crowd. The aggressive field team fell to the ground in the blink of an eye. With his attributes, it was easy for him to knock out this group of normal field soldiers who were around level 10. The security here is too weak. I hope that Division 13 can increase the number of guards here. It would be best if the players who come here to complete the mission can't even enter the door. Han Xiao shook his head and took out several thick stacks of cash. He placed them on the table and turned to leave. Lu Qian returned to her senses and stared at Han Xiao's back. She suddenly asked, "Have we met before?" Han Xiao didn't even turn his head. He chuckled and said, "Never seen him before." When his figure disappeared into the night, Lu Qian put down what she was doing and took off her protective mask. She brushed her hair behind her ear and suddenly smiled, revealing a knowing smile. After sneaking out of the Western capital, he boarded the helicopter and returned to the sanctuary. Only then did he take out the 4 blueprints and examine them carefully. Blueprint, magnetic shield chain floating shuttle blueprint, sonic sphere, pierce blueprint, sonic sphere, shock blueprint, sonic sphere, probe. These 4 types of machines formed an independent combat system with both offense and defense. The 3 different types of sonic spheres were the core equipment. They had different functions, but they complemented each other. As the name suggested, the sonic sphere's principle was related to sound wave attacks. Ultrasonic and infrasound waves were of the penetrating type and focused on damage. Noise waves and strong sound waves were of the vibrating type and focused on control. Probe type was of the auxiliary type and was related to sonar detection. It could also increase the power of the other 2 types of sonic spheres. It could also transform and adjust the environmental sound within a certain area to form a special area that could amplify sound waves. It also had an MP3 function. The learning requirement of these 4 blueprints was LV45 and 250 INT. The required knowledge was Basic Acoustics LV5, Basic Mechanical Engineering LV5, Basic Energy Theory LV5, Basic Energy Conversion LV5, Basic Wide Area Sensing LV3, and Basic Electromagnetic Theory LV4. Han Xiao currently had 68 potential points. He spent 12 points to level up the knowledge and fulfilled the learning requirements. One day later, Han Xiao returned to the sanctuary and immediately started building. The core principle of the sonic sphere was acoustics. The most important part was the transmitter of the sound wave attack. It needed to use electromagnetic sheets to form pipes that condensed the sound frequency. According to the different sound wave attack types, the details had to be adjusted. Furthermore, connecting all these pipes together to form a 3-dimensional spherical frame was very difficult. He spent a lot of time before finally building the finished product. 3 metal balls lay quietly on the bed of the lathe. They were about 2/3 the size of a human head. They were not perfectly round but had some edges. The exterior was cold armor to protect the core. In the gaps of the armor, there were nozzles that released sound wave attacks. The original control method was hand signals and whistles. Han Xiao changed it to nerve connection control. He wore a special earpiece that converted the neuron signals within a radius of 60 meters. The signals were recognized by the receiver inside the sonic sphere to achieve the purpose of control. Get up. Han Xiao had a thought. The armor at the bottom of the 3 sonic spheres opened up, revealing black holes. They spat out white flames and flew up slowly, floating in midair. The sonic spheres had the ability to fly and could move nimbly in the air. It was a mid-range combat method. Han Xiao familiarized himself with the control method. His mind flashed. He then tested the power of the sonic spheres. He observed for a while. Sonic sphere, Pierce had an attack range of 20 meters. The Pierce type was mainly used to kill the target. The ultrasonic and infrasound pulses could cause a large amount of armor-piercing damage. They could attack the target through obstacles. The attack range was linear and inverted. Sonic sphere, Pierce had a base attack of 81 to 130. It did not seem high, but it was not. The specialty of the sound wave attack was high armor piercing. The damage reduction was very low. In addition to Han Xiao's attributes and skill bonuses, one shot could cause 350 to 400 damage. If critical hit and flaming will were added, it would be like chasing the wind and moon without mercy. The same type of explosive damage was not inferior to the Ghost sniper rifle that had a base attack of more than 250. Moreover, the output of Sonic Sphere, Pierce was more stable than the Ghost sniper rifle. It could be used as a main battle method. Sonic Sphere, Quake was an area control method. When the sphere vibrated, it would release a high-frequency sound wave, noise wave, and strong vibration, causing stun, shock, paralysis, and other negative effects. The attack range was a circle with a diameter of 10 meters. Sonic Sphere, Probe was a sound wave amplification area with a diameter of 100 meters, increasing damage and effects. Dong. Sonic Sphere, Pierce suddenly increased its speed and created a dent in the steel wall, letting out a loud bang. The structure of the sonic sphere was very precise. It was not used to collide with the wall because its head was tough but to test the internal resistance of the wall. This collision took away 17 points of durability, and the durability of the sonic sphere was 1600 points. One collision and 1% of durability is gone. If it is attacked, it seems a little fragile, Han Xiaoshan said. The three sets of sonic spheres complemented each other. The defense was done by the hovering shield shuttles. It was similar to the magnetic chain split blades, but this type of hovering shield shuttles was used for defense. In essence, it was a shield generator. The hovering shield shuttles formed a shape in the air and connected with each other. The shape formed by the hovering shield shuttles formed an electromagnetic shield. Shield technology was a common technology in the universe, but Blue Star did not have a fully formed shield technology. According to the standards of the universe, this kind of shield that could only defend one side was a prototype technology, but it was considered a very rare machine in version 1.0. He could control 4 sonic spheres at most. Any more than that and he would be distracted, and his control would not be as precise. For a mechanic, it was not that they could use all the functions of a powerful machine immediately. Many intricate machines needed to be familiarized with before they could be used flexibly. The skill level of a mechanic was also reflected in the way they used the machines. It could be considered as microcontrol. However, for the experienced hand technician, not to mention microcontrol, he could control anything. Including the sonic sphere system, I already have 4 normal battle strategies. The core system is the Amphiptyr mechanical suit, and the other 3 are long-range, close-range, and mid-range. It should be enough to deal with all kinds of situations. I don't need a new battle strategy in the short term. Han Xiao suddenly realized that he had stolen Lu Cheng's things. He did not know what Lu Cheng's reaction would be when he received the blueprint for the replacement. Old man Lu might even come to complain. Chapter 287. Blue Star ushered in a period of peace. Time flew by, and 4 months passed in the blink of an eye. Sanctuary 3 had been completely completed. There were tall protective walls, large filtration devices to purify the air and stabilize the temperature, and self-sufficient greenhouses and farms. The goal of the sanctuary was to protect humans in times of disaster and even preserve the fire of civilization. In these 4 months, Bennett had built more sanctuaries, but none of them could compare to the scale of Black Phantom's sanctuary. Overmera and Lu Cheng moved the people over, built a satellite city around Sanctuary 3, and paid for the transportation network. Han Xiao's sanctuary could be said to be a big city. Sanctuary Plan, Sanctuary 3, completed. You have received 6,500,000 EXP and 1 potential point. Performance rating, A+. Dark net favorability increased by 2,500. Current relationship, Reverence, 6,000, Dark net leader, A+ rating reward, additional 250% EXP, 16,250,000, special item X1 you have received, Medal of Honor, Sanctuary Master, A. This construction type main storyline missions reward was mainly EXP, unlike the Germinal organization's main storyline mission which had many special items. There were also no random rewards, and the NPC template did not have the right to create new dungeons. It was probably because it was a construction type mission, so there were not many events. Although the war had ended, there were still many areas in Blue Star that could be explored. Where there were people, there would be conflicts, and there would never be a lack of events. As the players explored deeper into Blue Star, the 6 nations, who were busy digesting the effects of the war and dealing with climate disasters, became more and more wary of the increasing number and strength of Inhumans. However, overall, Blue Star's situation was stable. During this time, the main storyline and protagonists of the other novice planets began to shine, and the popularity of Blue Star cooled down. Han Xiao stayed in the sanctuary and prepared to go into the galaxy. He did not cause any trouble, and the number of times he was mentioned as the main storyline protagonist gradually decreased. Most players would only remember the fear of being dominated by him when they were buying chests. Just like what the Galaxy Times had said, when a main storyline ended, the corresponding protagonist would gradually fade into the crowd. Han Xiao was not worried at all about the fading of his popularity. His deeds had been imprinted in the hearts of the players, and he had already laid a foundation. Even if it was temporarily replaced by other hot topics, once there was another big news, it would still awaken the players' feelings for him. In these 4 months, he had collected a large amount of EXP, and there was a long string of zeros on his interface. Because of the rich interactions he had with the players, Han Technician had already established his identity as a mechanic instructor. Many new players who had just joined the game would also come to spend money. This was a long-term benefit. During this period of stability, Han Xiao lived a very comfortable life. However, he did not indulge in the pleasures of women. He did not indulge in pleasure and forget about his duties. He spent every day in the workshop building equipment and continued to train. He mastered the tactical system and maintained his peak condition. He had used the Destiny's Child character summon card and accurately predicted the opportunity to travel to the galaxy. There was still quite some time left. According to his memory, the S1 Pro League would start during this period. This was a grand event for the players. Han Xiao had been very concerned about this event in his previous life and wanted to join in the fun. Furthermore, if his sanctuary could become the venue for the Pro League, it would bring in a lot of customers. The Pugilist and Esper class advancement knowledge, enhancement potions, high-level equipment, and so on that he had prepared would be able to make a lot of money. Han Xiao spent a lot of effort to cultivate the 4 rookies, Mad Blade, Pork Bun, Beating Dog, Maple Moon, and Hao Tian, hoping that they could get a good result in the Pro League. This way, he would be honored as well. After all, most players knew that these 4 were the lucky ones who were cultivated by Black Phantom. Galaxy Calendar Year 689, March 1st. On this day, an announcement was pinned at the top of the forum and marked red. Its popularity soared up the leaderboards at an unbelievable rate. This meant that the number of players who viewed and replied to the announcement was increasing by the minute. In less than half an hour, it became the most popular post in the entire forum. Galaxy S1 Pro League officially established. It's finally here. Han Xiao was excited. When the open beta had just started, there was news that the World Esports Association was going to host the Galaxy Pro League. After 1.5 months in real life, there was finally official news. This morning, the World Esports Association announced that the first Galaxy Pro League will officially open. This will be the most authoritative and top-level competition. It will be a grand event that belongs to the players. This will be the biggest stage for all the experts to prove themselves. Show off your skills, and the world will cheer for you. The first Galaxy Pro League has a total of 37 participating countries: China, Japan, Korea, North and South America, Eastern and Western Europe, Russia, and so on. According to the differences of the planets in the game, it will be divided into 13 divisions. They are Planet Winterfrost Division, Planet Brighton Division, Planet Longsong Division, Planet Lonely Division, and Blue Star Division. The rules of the first Galaxy Pro League are as follows. There are 3 types of competitions: single competition, and team competition. Single competition. Players will fight to determine the winner. Single competition. Team competition. Players will take turns to fight, and the last player to stay in the ring will win. Team competition. Players will fight in a complicated environment. They will win after destroying all of their opponents or completing special missions. First division qualifiers. All players will be accepted. The number of players in a team must be 9, including 2 substitutes, 1 coach, and 6 players. 1 battle elimination system. Teams will fight to determine the winner in the team competition. Note: single players can only participate in the single competition. The top 38 teams and the top 62 individuals will enter the division regular competition. Division Secondary League. 18 teams will be allowed to participate, and 128 individuals will be chosen. The point system will be used, and the winner and runner-up of the team competition and the single competition will be qualified for the division regular competition. The top 40 teams in the regular competition and the top 64 individuals will be chosen. Pre-season competition. Players will warm up and take turns to fight. Winning or losing will not be counted. Second division regular competition. Points system. Teams will fight in the single competition and the team competition. The top 8 teams in the team competition and the top 16 in the single competition will enter the finals. If a team member enters the top 16 in the single competition, the team will be awarded extra points. At the same time, the team and the individual first in the team competition will be invited to the International Exhibition Competition. International Exhibition Competition, All-Star Competition. The top teams in the division regular competition will compete with each other. Winning or losing will not be counted. Third division final competition. Fight in pairs, best of 5. The division champion will be awarded the division trophy. The division champion, runner-up, and runner-up will enter the international regular competition. Fourth division international regular competition. Points system. 3 strong teams from each division will fight in turns. The top 8 teams in the team competition and the top 16 individuals will enter the international finals. Final division international finals. Fight in pairs, best of 5. The world champion will be decided. The venues for the single competition and the single competition are as follows: Winterfrost Planet, Crevice Canyon. Brighton Planet, Floating Island Academy. Blue Star, Black Phantom Sanctuary 3. Registration for the qualifiers and secondary league will be held today. I hope the players will get the best results. S1 Galaxy Pro League is officially established. No matter which planet it was, the passion of all the players was boiling. The entire world rejoiced in this grand occasion. Seeing that Sanctuary 3 was the venue for the Blue Star competition, Han Xiao let out a long sigh of relief. Then, he became excited. It was as if he saw a tsunami of leaks gathering and drowning him. The arena was too suitable for the single competition and the single competition. Plus, he had opened it to the players. With such a good venue, the chances of it becoming the venue were extremely high. The Pro League was such a huge event being held in his territory. This was a huge business opportunity. The competition format for the first Pro League is the same as I remember. Because it's the first Pro League, there are only 3 types of competitions. There will be more in the future, Han Xiao thought. As expected, it's still the qualifiers, regular competition, division final competition, and international finals. The first, second, and third place of the division final competition and the first, second, and third place of the finals all have very high bonuses. The big clubs are the main players of the first Pro League. Normal players can only achieve some results in the single competition. It's actually easier to become famous and become a star player in the single competition. When some of the normal players show their strength, clubs will sign them, and they can become professional players in the next pro league. Han Xiao nodded. He had experienced it personally. As a famous player in the mechanic class, there were clubs that had sent him invitations, but he had rejected all of them. Everyone had their own ambitions. He did not like the tough training of a team. Playing games was more suitable for him. Han Xiao touched his chin and thought to himself, if it's the first pro league, I remember that China's results were average. North America or Europe won the championship. I think it was France or Canada. At this time, he was living in a tall building in the middle of the sanctuary. Looking down, the atmosphere of the players in the square had changed. They were excited, expectant, and nervous. It's starting. Han Xiao also felt a little excited. Chapter 288. The registration for the qualifiers has started. The club has selected the other members and urged us to go back and practice. Old Hao, this is the name list of the other 3 members and the 2 substitutes. There were 3 people in the chat, Hao Tian, Sleepy Winter, and Twinkle Fried Rice. They were all professional players under Long Sky. The 4 biggest esports clubs in China were Temple of God, Long Sky, Dynasty, and Fried Eggplants with Fish. Seeing these names reminded the players of the glorious history of these clubs and the history of Radiance on the podium. The biggest clubs all had their own pillars, such as Li Ji in Temple of God and the Troika in Fried Eggplants with Fish. Hao Tian and Sleepy Winter were both veterans of Long Sky and were known as the 2 stars of Long Sky. In recent years, there had been a new batch of young players with potential in the youth training camp, and Twinkle Fried Rice was the most favored to succeed him. Hao Tian, Sleepy Winter, and Twinkle were the core members of Long Sky. This time, the competition required a total of 8 members. Hao Tian was undoubtedly the leader, and Sleepy Winter and Twinkle were definitely members. The other 5 would be selected from within the team. The winner would form the first seed team with the 3 core members, and the rest would form the second seed team. Hao Tian looked at the name list and said, these members are all veterans. With some practice, they should be able to get back to their competitive state. There's no problem with the candidates, so there's no need to change them. He was a super god who had played for the club for many years, and his voice in the competition was sometimes higher than the coach and manager. Sleepy Winter nodded and said, the first competition is very important, and I hope we can get a good start. I've seen the competition format, and there are 5 stages. The competition will be very long, and we have plenty of time to prepare and continue to level up. The first batch of players is almost level 50, and by the time the finals start, most of the remaining teams will be at level 50. The qualifiers are the first stage, and all players are accepted. The competition is the most intense, and there are at least a few thousand teams in a division, fighting for 38 spots. Think about how scary the competition is. Because of the large number of people in the qualifiers, it's a one-match elimination system. If we're unlucky and lose to a strong opponent, we won't be able to enter the regular season, so we have to be careful from the start. All of our opponents can be roughly categorized into 4 types. Passers-by and idle, strong passers-by, strong club teams, and powerhouse teams. Our biggest opponents are the other 3 powerhouses. I predict that the club teams will take up more than 3/4 of the top 40 spots in the regular season. Hao Tian said in a low voice, team battles are ever-changing. Don't underestimate any team. Old Hao, are you going to participate in the individual competition? Sleepy Winter asked. Yes. Then I won't go. Sleepy Winter shrugged his shoulders. He was very clear about Hao Tian's strength. There was a very high chance that he would be able to obtain a placing in the individual competition. This would increase his team's points in the regular season. Basically, every club would send their strongest to participate in the individual competition. As the other member of the 2 stars of Long Sky, since Hao Tian was going to the individual competition, he would focus on the team and do his job. At the same time, Mad Blade also submitted his application for the individual competition. Unlike a powerhouse like Long Sky, the Rivervale club that he was in was truly a small team. There were just enough players in the club, and there were no other rotations. The members were all third-rate players, and only Mad Blade was slightly famous. However, he was not the leader. The leader was another player, Lone Crane, who was trained by Rivervale themselves. However, he had no achievements at all. Rivervale was a weak team. They had taken a liking to Mad Blade and signed him as a strong addition. After he joined, the team barely regained some vitality. Lone Crane, however, did not like Mad Blade and felt that Mad Blade was a threat to his position. Where there were people, there would be competition. The management rules of some small clubs were not as perfect as those of the big clubs, and it was not uncommon for them to be ranked based on seniority. Before they had any concrete results, the professional players were all a bunch of prideful people. Frenzied Sword was lucky enough to be chosen, but he was ostracized by his team. His application for the individual competition had been rejected by Lone Crane many times. Lone Crane's reason was very noble: the team needs to preserve its strength. You are our trump card. If you reveal too much information in the individual competition, the other team will come up with strategies to counter our team. The application was only approved after the higher-ups spoke up. Mad Blade did not have high hopes for this bunch of small fries at all. It was impossible to rely on such a team to obtain results. He placed all his hopes on the individual competition. As long as he made a name for himself in the individual competition, his position would be stable. He really did not want to fight with others. My current win rate against God Hao Tian is 4-6. He is a top god. If I can achieve a 40% win rate and enter the top 64, I should have a good chance. Mad Blade was very confident in his own strength. He had obtained a huge amount of EXP from Han Xiao's mission, and his level was one of the highest among all the players. His skill level was also very high, and all his equipment was limited edition from Black Phantom's shop. Mechanical pugilists were very reliant on equipment. His equipment was basically blue, and even his weapons were purple. His machinery was also beyond the knowledge of normal players. The so-called limited edition was actually a machine that Han Xiao had made for him. He trained the four of them in all aspects. Strictly speaking, Mad Blade, Maple Moon, Hao Tian, and Pork Bun could be considered his disciples. Mad Blade was very clear that his strength was mostly due to Black Phantom's hidden storyline. Every time he thought about it, he felt very lucky to have met Han Xiao during the closed beta. I must get a good ranking. Frenzied Sword cheered himself on. The registration for the qualifiers was in full swing. Every club moved frequently, and a large amount of news was spread on the forums every day. It was very lively, and the players were very excited. This was a carnival, and the players were looking forward to seeing their idols compete in the professional arena. They were looking forward to seeing the top-level battles. Now that players could travel across the ocean, countless players gathered in Sanctuary 3. Sanctuary 3 was the venue for the singles competition. Other than the players who registered, there were also many players who came to watch the battles. The number of players in the city was constantly increasing, and it took in a huge amount of people every day. The number of players participating in the singles competition was the highest. After all, most players knew that they could not beat the professional clubs in a team, and it was not easy to gather a team. In comparison, the singles competition was much easier, and one person could register. According to the official announcement on the forums, more than 100,000 players from each division had registered for the singles competition. It was obvious how intense the qualifiers would be. The players participating in the competition were basically the first few batches of old players who entered the game. The new players who joined later were only around level 20, and it would be a waste even if they participated. Some people complained about the competition system and felt that it started too early, but their voices were quickly drowned by the sea of people. The open beta had been in the game for 8 months. According to the competition schedule, the division competitions would last for about half a year, and then there would be a preparation period and a break period of close to a year before the international competitions. Such a long break period was mainly to give the qualified teams more time to practice and show the importance of the international competitions. They also used hunger marketing to increase the influence of the competition and would not start the international competitions hastily. The competition schedule was about 2 years in the game, and the whole version 1.0 time was 3.5 years. The new players who did not make it in time could only blame themselves for not playing earlier. Time waits for no one. Maple Moon did not sign up for the qualifiers. She was a casual player and a soft girl, so she did not pay much attention to the competition. She was completely clueless about the competition and was content to be a spectator. Of course, Han Xiao would not force her to join the competition. Furthermore, mechanics like Maple Moon who focused on manufacturing were indeed very weak in version 1.0. Pork Bun and Beating Dog contacted their other streamer friends and formed a streamer team to participate in the competition happily. In Han Xiao's eyes, this streamer team was guaranteed to be a suicide mission. If they could make it into the regular season, he would swallow 10 energy crystals on the spot. Then, there are only 3 people under my banner who will participate in the competition: Hao Tian, Mad Blade, and Pork Bun. I can ignore the last one. Han Xiao stood in front of the window, overlooking the crowded square, and thought to himself, I hope the 2 of them can get a good result. The registration period was the brewing period of the competition, and it was also the best time for him to earn a lot of money. There were 100,000 players in the individual competition, and they were willing to spend money and experience for a little bit of improvement. A gratified smile appeared on his face. Chapter 289. The first season of the Pro League was in full swing. Galaxy Times released the latest episode, analyzing the overall trend of the competition. It received a lot of attention, and the viewership was the highest in history. Han Xiao clicked on the video. This episode was obviously different. The comments were denser than before, and the duration was twice as long. One look at the progress bar and one could tell that it was full of content. As usual, after the opening joke, the hosts entered the main topic. The first season of the Pro League is here. Registration for the qualifiers is open. Players, are you ready for this grand occasion? The bullet screen was filled with the words always ready. The male host said, from this episode onwards, we will continue to bring you a comprehensive analysis of the competition. This episode will include an explanation of the competition system, an analysis of the competition schedule, and introductions of the strong teams in each division. We have also invited the leaders of the 4 biggest clubs of China to the studio. Alright, let's start with a small advertisement. Don't go away, the highlights will be back soon. Then, the advertisement that was not small at all played for 5 minutes. When the comments started to argue about which brand of baby diapers was better, the faces of the 2 hosts finally reappeared. Han Xiao had a helpless expression. No wonder this episode was so long. Welcome back. The Pro League is divided into 13 divisions, corresponding to 13 novice planets. The strongest teams of each planet will be selected, and the club alliances of some strong esports countries will choose their headquarters. This is equivalent to choosing the main division in advance. The 2 introduced the situation of each division and which strong countries there were. Every time a strong team from a different country was mentioned, there would be a large number of comments shouting the team's slogan. Every strong team had a large number of fans around the world. When they talked about the Blue Star division, the comments were the most intense. After all, this was the Chinese version of Galaxy Times. Blue Star is the main division of the Chinese clubs. We have invited guests to analyze the Blue Star division for us. Let's welcome Li Ji from Temple of God, Second Prince from Dynasty, Hao Tian from Long Sky, and Sun Eggplant from Fried Eggplants with Fish. The comments were in an uproar. Who did not know that the 4 biggest clubs were rivals? It was a rare scene to see all of them gathered together. These 4 were all big shots of the biggest clubs and had a lot of fans. Since they were also rivals, the comments quickly turned into a joyful fight. Li Ji is so cool. Temple of God is trash. Fangirls, back off. Don't stop me. I want to bear Li Ji's children. Brothers, we can't lose. F*CK Tian, I want to bear your children too. Sun, 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 a pillar holding up the sky, the facial paralysis sect will send you to immortality. Why is 2 Club head here? Where's the boss of dynasty? I want to see China's #1 expert. That's too much. How can you call him second club head? You should call him second son. With all due respect, all of you here are cowards. My big brother, forgive me for being blunt. I'll kick you when I see you. Sun Eggplant, Sun Deity. 4 professional gods with their own specialties appeared on the screen. Li Ji had a warm smile on his face, and he was the most handsome player of the game, so he won the MVP award. Next to him was Hao Tian. He was expressionless and did not smile. He was like a rock, the kind that came out of a latrine, smelly and hard. Second Prince was one of the famous players in the Dynasty Club. He was very arrogant. He raised his head and combed his hair with his fingers. His posture was very arrogant, and he could not wait to point his nose at the camera. He explained what it meant to be arrogant. Among the 4 of them, Second Prince had the most anti-fans. The #1 Almighty in Huaxia belonged to Dynasty. He was very mysterious and almost never appeared on the show. Second Prince liked to talk bad about his Almighty on the show and did not hide his ambition to replace him. However, he was hung up and beaten by his Almighty many times and was treated as a joke. Although he did not change his personality, he did not drag his team down in the competition. Therefore, although he insulted others, it was mostly a joke. The last one was Sun Eggplant. He was the last member of the troika of fried eggplant with fish. I know what you're thinking. The combination of these 3 people's IDs was indeed fried eggplant with fish. Sun Eggplant was a middle-aged man wearing a pair of sunglasses. He had a sloppy look on his face as he crossed his legs and shook them non-stop. He had one hand behind the back of the chair, and he looked like a big boss. He even had a toothpick in his mouth. If there wasn't a rule against smoking in front of the camera, he definitely wouldn't be holding a toothpick. Li Ji smiled. Thank you for the invitation. Speaking of which, this is the 4th time I'm on the Galaxy Times. Thank you for coming to the Galaxy Times, the male host said. Then, let's invite the 4 experts to explain the situation of the Blue Star Division to the audience. They started to analyze. Li Ji and Second Prince spoke the most. Hao Tian was silent and did not speak at all. Sun Eggplant bit his toothpick and occasionally added a few words. The Blue Star Division was the home ground of China. There were dozens of clubs in total. Other than the Big 4, there were also large clubs such as Thunderstorm, Fanatics, Nine Gates, and so on. There were also many strong professional players. After a round of comments, it was as if they were discussing the heroes of the world. However, in their words, the Big 4 were still the most promising teams. There were 13 novice planets and 37 participating countries. The small countries did not have the ability to choose their base camp. There were also some foreign clubs active in the Blue Star Division. Although there were not many of them, they were very strong and could not be underestimated. Although the so-called base camp planets were self-proclaimed and could be played by any country, this was the territory consciousness that the players formed spontaneously. Han Xiao remembered that some clubs would send experts to other divisions and pretend to be passers-by to form a team and defeat the local clubs to gain the right to appear. This way, the local players would be embarrassed, just like a challenge. Elux, who he had met before, was such a challenge. The preliminaries are the most intense stage. The average participant is around level 40, and they haven't reached the maximum level yet. The one-battle elimination system means that luck will play a part in this, but the longer you stay, the more battles you will have to go through. Even we don't dare to say that we have absolute confidence in every battle. The element of luck will be greatly reduced, and the last 38 players will definitely be strong teams that have gone through real trials, Li Ji said. Second Prince mocked, that's because you guys from the Temple of God are too weak. We, Dynasty, have absolute confidence. Whoever meets us can only wait for death. Li Ji smiled, but he was cursing in his heart. He decided to ignore this idiot and turned to Hao Tian. He smiled and said, Old Hao Tian, can you fulfill your dream this time and become the international champion? Everything depends on effort, Hao Tian said concisely. Second Prince scoffed and said arrogantly, Save it, all of you. Dynasty will definitely be the champion. Sun Eggplant glanced at him and said, "Coward." Second Prince turned around and glared at him. "Old Haotian-ge, do you want to be taught a lesson?" Sun Eggplant pretended to roll up his sleeves and looked like he was going to pull out his sword and chop him. "Barbaric." Second Prince shrunk his head and muttered angrily. The four of them interacted, and the bullet screen was flooded with comments. This episode analyzed the competition in detail. At the end, the four of them promoted their team's preparation and expressed their high fighting spirit and determination to become the champion. Han Xiao shook his head. Although none of them looked serious, they were all professional gods. They were the kind of people who could kill anyone in the competition. Who could stop them? Through this episode, the first season of the Pro League in his memory came alive again. The registration for the qualifiers ended quickly, and the official start of the competition was 3 days later. All the participants were nervously preparing. At this time, the sanctuary accommodated hundreds of thousands of players. They were squeezed around the arena, and the square was almost overcrowded. Looking down at the square, the scene of a hubbub of voices came into view. 3 days to the start of the competition, Han Xiao turned around and went downstairs. Chapter 290. The sanctuary was packed with people. Other than the participants, there were also spectators. It was more than 10 times livelier than before. The players' stalls could almost line up from the square to the city gate. The whole city was in a frenzy. The division tournament was a big event for players all over the planet. Those who were not there could watch the broadcast on the forums. There were 3 days before the tournament, and 1 day was the fixed time for Black Phantom to open the chests. A large number of players came to the sanctuary personally. Other than wanting to watch the tournament, they also came because of Han Xiao. The place where he usually appeared was already surrounded by a group of people. A male player stood outside the crowd and tiptoed to look into the circle. "It's about time," the male player mumbled softly. The male player's ID was Jingzhe. He was a LV-20 novice mechanic player, one of the inconspicuous spectators. At this time, in this chaotic sanctuary, he was basically no different from a human background. He was a small transparent character. He knew about Han Xiao's various functions from the forums, so he wanted to buy some low-level equipment. His purpose was different from the people around him who were waiting to get their hands chopped off. There would be such newbies every once in a while, giving Han Technician a steady stream of income. After waiting for a while, Han Xiao drove the truck over and stopped steadily after a 270-degree drift. He dusted his hands and jumped out of the truck. The players who were waiting at the side immediately swarmed forward and fought to buy the boxes. There were limited chests, so Jingzhe was pushed around by the crowd. After the boxes were sold out, the crowd dispersed. Jingzhe finally heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing that Han Xiao was still there, he immediately got up and jogged over, expressing that he wanted to learn a skill. As expected, he saw the shop list. "So many machines, seems like I can learn skills too. This NPC has so many functions. I heard that he used to be the main character of the storyline. Very awesome." Jingzhe was a newbie. He only started playing after the Germinal organization main storyline ended, so he did not know much about Han Xiao's past. The items in the skill shop made him very excited. When he scrolled to the bottom, Jingzhe's eyes widened. This is the advanced knowledge of the pugilist and esper classes, gas burst, and level 2 genetic chain endurance enhancement. Both are priced at 30,000 EXP. Jingzhe was very surprised. Isn't Black Phantom a mechanic instructor? Why is he selling the advanced knowledge of the other 2 classes? Unfortunately, he had no use for it. Jingzhe felt that it was a pity. He took a screenshot and posted a post on the forum. Then, he continued to browse the other products. However, he did not expect that his post would cause such an uproar. All the knowledgeable players were shocked. Jingzhe did not understand the scarcity of class advancement knowledge, but the veteran players were very clear about it. They had to raise their relationship with the 6 nations to reverence before they could exchange for class advancement knowledge. Currently, almost no one could do that, But Han Xiao had put it up for sale without any warning or conditions. There was only one sentence that could describe how the veteran players felt about Han Xiao. This kid was actually so terrifying. After a few months of silence, Han Xiao's name once again dominated the headlines. Jingzhe was stunned. He didn't expect that a random screenshot and post would cause such a huge response. However, the scene that shocked him was yet to come. From afar, countless players rushed over after hearing the news. As far as the eye could see, they surrounded Han Xiao so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. After confirming the existence of the two types of advanced knowledge, the players in the square were in an uproar. Black Phantom was as awesome as always. He was the blessing of the players. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the periphery of the crowd, and a path was automatically opened. Famous professional players walked in one after another. Li Ji, Hao Tian, Sun Eggplant, and so on, all gathered together, shining brightly. The Pro League was about to start, and the appearance of the class advancement knowledge was like rain from the sky to the professional players. No one dared to be left behind, so they all rushed over. Dozens of famous professional players surrounded Han Xiao. It was a sight to behold. The surrounding players rarely had close contact with their idols, so they were unable to contain their excitement. They all screamed and cheered, and their voices soared into the sky. Jingzhe was completely stunned. A random post had attracted a bunch of professional players. He was used to being invisible and had never experienced such an experience. He was so excited that his whole body was shaking. These professional players led the way and bought the class advancement knowledge. Han Xiao looked at the experience on his interface that was rocketing up, reaching a few million every minute. He was overjoyed. I didn't waste my time hoarding the class advancement knowledge until now. What a huge profit. Han Xiao was secretly happy. He had expected the class advancement knowledge to be so popular. In version 1.0, the prerequisites to obtain class advancement knowledge were very strict, and it was difficult for players to obtain them. However, he directly sold them without any prerequisites, so it would definitely shock all the players. His class advancement knowledge of two classes came from the Germinal organization's mainframe. Now that the Germinal organization had flown away, the class advancement knowledge in his hands was the only one in the Blue Star organization. Hundreds of thousands of players gathered in the sanctuary. Excluding the mechanics, players who did not have enough spending power, and players who did not have enough potential points, as long as 1/10 of them bought the class advancement knowledge, he would still make a huge profit. The price was set at 30,000, which was not a high amount for the current players. Han Xiao wanted to make a small profit because the participating players had spent most of their experience to increase their combat power and level up. There were only 3 days before the start of the Pro League. If the price was too high, he would miss out on those who could not afford it. Han Xiao sold the class advancement knowledge for a few hours until the sun started to set. Only then did he end the day. He looked at the interface and saw that he had earned 300 million experience on the first day. In the past 4 months, Han Xiao had accumulated more than 500 million experience through various activities. This time, it had increased by more than half. Players have a stronger demand for class advancement knowledge. The first few days are very profitable, but after that, the profit will decrease. However, just like other skills, it can last for a long time. Han Xiao opened the forums. The Blue Star section was filled with posts about class advancement knowledge. Many people were analyzing why he, a mechanic, would suddenly sell the class advancement knowledge of the other two classes. The impact of this move even affected the sections of the other planets. The players of the other divisions were shocked and pressured. The relationship between the divisions was competitive. The Blue Star side easily obtained class advancement knowledge, which was very disadvantageous for the other planets. This caused a lot of discussion among the players of the other planets. Han Xiao was very famous on the Blue Star and occasionally made guest appearances in the Galaxy Times. However, most of his fame was limited to the Blue Star. This time, his fame spread to the other planets, and the players of the other regions started to remember his name. Blue Star legendary NPC, planet storyline protagonist, Black Phantom, Han Xiao, open the chess. In fact, Every planet had its own storyline protagonist. When participating in the main storyline, the storyline protagonist would be very active. However, as a storyline protagonist, Han Xiao was very different. He was completely unlike the other protagonists who frequently provided one round of main storyline mission after another. However, his functions were extremely rich. The Blue Star players received countless benefits from him. Chapter 291. At the edge of the crowd, Li Ji frowned slightly. Most of the players were pleasantly surprised that Han Xiao was selling class advancement knowledge, but Li Ji was not happy at all. He already had another class advancement knowledge, which the Guild of Gods had helped him farm with all their resources. Li Ji was going to use it as his trump card to shine in the competition. However, Han Xiao's actions had greatly reduced the effect of his trump card, which reduced the gap between him and the others. It was not surprising that everyone had something. Li Ji stared at Han Xiao, his eyes flashing. No one knew what he was thinking. A few gods were chatting beside him. Second Prince boasted proudly, "With a god like me, leading Dynasty into the finals will be a piece of cake. Old Wang, don't you think I still need to be merciful and bring him along?" Sun Eggplant looked at him with disdain. "If you don't have king generals, your dynasty is nothing." Second Prince was furious. The two of them exchanged a few words. At this time, Li Ji walked over and smiled. "It's good to have confidence. I hope that everyone can practice well. I need help in the international competition to win glory for China." The others curled their lips. They were disgusted by Li Ji's self-proclaimed leadership. Hao Tian said directly, "I don't like you representing others. Mind your own business." Li Ji's smile disappeared. He looked at Hao Tian and said calmly, "Then I'll see you in the competition. Don't let me win too easily." There was a smell of gunpowder between the two of them. Sparks seemed to fly when they looked at each other. Suddenly, a lazy voice came from the side. "Dumbass, I found you. Come back to the team with me for training." Everyone turned around to look. A bearded male player walked over. He looked very sloppy and unkempt. The ID above his head was King General's. This person was the low-key and mysterious #1 professional player in China, the core of Dynasty. He had a resounding nickname, the Emperor. "Don't call me dumbass." Second Prince was unhappy. "Okay, dumbass." King Generals nodded. "Ah, bastard." Second Prince was easily angered when he saw the god of his own team. He said angrily, "Don't be so arrogant. Sooner or later, I'll ride on your back and do whatever I want." Everyone had looks of disdain on their faces. King Admiral looked like he was still half asleep. He nodded and dragged Second Prince away by his collar. He did not greet the others and just did what he wanted to do. He was not very sociable, but in Li Ji's eyes, it was arrogance. Looking at King Admiral's back, Li Ji's eyes flashed. He snorted inwardly. He coveted the #1 position of King Admiral. Only by obtaining the #1 position could his career progress further. "We can't afford to lose this time." Everyone looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. After 3 days of trading, Han Xiao's experience points had reached an astronomical figure of 1 billion. Including the original 500 million, he now had a total of 1.5 billion experience points. The amount of experience points I have will determine how long I can stay in the galaxy. I don't need to worry about experience points. My next round of growth will be among the stars. Only with enough experience can I grasp the opportunity and grow quickly. After level 70, the amount of experience points I need will become higher and higher. Furthermore, I'm a mechanic that consumes a lot of experience points. After entering the galaxy, there will be very few chances to meet a large number of players. Han Xiao thought about his future. Although he had a lot of experience points now, once he entered the galaxy, they would all be used up one day. Since he was destined to run out of experience points, he would try his best to make this mountain as high as possible. Bang! Outside the window, a firework rose into the sky from the direction of the arena and exploded. This sound signaled the official start of the Pro League. The boiling cheers blended into a huge sound wave and spread out. Looking down at the arena, Han Xiao saw that the arena had been modified into a stadium-like structure. In the middle were 9 small arenas surrounding a large arena. At the edge of the arena was a large screen, and below the screen was the commentator's seat. Around the arena was the audience seats. At this time, the arena was filled with people, and there were no empty seats. The cheers rose and fell like waves, instantly igniting the atmosphere of the event. It's starting. Han Xiao lay on the sofa, changed into a more comfortable position, and opened the forums to watch the live broadcast. There were tens of millions of people watching the broadcast like him. The beautiful female host, Red Phoenix, had a professional smile on her face. She stood on the highest arena and gave the opening speech. Her clear and pleasant voice echoed in the arena through the loudspeaker. The first Galaxy Pro League, Blue Star Division, the qualifiers officially begin. We have 2,759 teams and 104,652 players registered. The teams will fight in the wild, and the arena is the venue for the individual competition. These arenas will be the venues for the contestants to battle each other. One battle elimination system, the loser will be eliminated, and the winner will enter the next round of the lottery until the top 38 teams and the top 62 individuals are selected. The qualifiers will last for a month in the game. Yes, this will be a long competition, but the whole process will be broadcasted. The audience in front of the screen can freely choose which arena to broadcast, and our main room will randomly choose the arena with the best performance. After Red Phoenix finished talking about the competition rules and the atmosphere, she pointed at the entrance. Then, next, we will bring the opening of the individual competition to everyone. Please welcome the 2 contestants. In the dark tunnel, Hao Tian and the contestant with the ID star chess stepped out. The moment the 2 appeared, the atmosphere in the arena reached its climax. The audience's enthusiasm gushed out. In order to ensure the atmosphere of the opening match, the 2 contestants were chosen from the professional players who registered. Hao Tian and Star Chess were chosen. The 2 of them stepped onto the main arena. Red Phoenix stood in the middle and introduced. The one on the right is very familiar to everyone. He is a veteran who has been in the esports scene for 9 years. He has been ranked in the top 5 of China's professional players many times. His battle record is brilliant, and his style is calm and steady. He is the core player of Long Sky Club, Hao Tian. The one on the left might be unfamiliar to you. He's a senior in the esports scene and used to play for Temple of God. Back then, he was the core of the team, just like Li Ji is now. He retired 5 years ago, but now, he's back with the glory of the past and the determination to win. He's the one who re-signed with Temple of God Star Chess. Good luck. The audience burst into cheers. Both sides had people supporting them. Star Chess's fan club was relatively smaller. He had retired for 5 years, and his popularity was almost gone. Star Chess raised his head and looked at his fan club. They were all old faces. He did not expect to still have a small group of diehard fans after 5 years of retirement. Star Chess was touched and nodded at his fans. When the fans saw this, they shouted even louder until they were hoarse. After introducing both sides, Red Phoenix came up to interview Star Chess. She smiled and said, "Welcome back to the professional scene. How do you feel now?" Star Chess's face was filled with emotions. "I miss it very much. I remember the days when I fought in the professional scene. We will always remember your brilliant battle record with Temple of God and that proud figure of yours." The Red Phoenix politely complimented and then asked, "This is the first competition held by StarCraft. Can you tell me how familiar you are with the game?" "My condition is very good." Star Chess laughed. "I am confident that I can spar with anyone." Red Phoenix chatted for a while more, and Star Chess answered with ease. He was experienced in dealing with the host. Red Phoenix's eyes flashed. She had received a request to create a topic, so she asked, "I heard that after retiring, you invested your savings into a business. Your company filed for bankruptcy last year. Is this the reason for your return to the professional scene?" Star Chess's expression did not change. "Of course not. The professional scene is where I made my name. I am back because I want to remember my roots. I am looking forward to sparring with the younger players. I hope to find some good seedlings and teach the younger players some experience. It will be helpful for them in the international scene. Chapter 292. Okay, thank you for your answer. Red Phoenix smiled politely and turned to interview Hao Tian. God Hao Tian, are you confident in this match? Hurry up and fight. Hao Tian did not respond. It was as if his face was saying, I'm very serious now, please don't talk to me. He was not a talkative person and never liked to accept interviews before a match. He felt that using preparation time to adjust his state of mind was a basic professional quality. Moreover, Hao Tian had nothing to say about scattered star chess. Everyone in the professional circle knew that scattered star chess retired because he had earned enough money and wanted to start a business. After losing money, he came back. His intention was obvious. He wanted to rely on his past achievements to make more money. There was no need to say more than half a sentence. The audience burst into laughter. The fans knew Hao Tian's style very well. They liked to see Hao Tian's style of not talking. Red Phoenix's face stiffened. She was a veteran host of the Pro League. She quickly suppressed the awkwardness and stepped back. She said loudly, okay, it seems that both sides are very confident. Then, 30 seconds of preparation time. After the countdown ends, the match will officially begin. The 30-second countdown appeared on the big screen. The audience in the stands quieted down and held their breaths. Tens of thousands of eyes focused on the two people in the ring. The tense atmosphere quickly spread. Taking advantage of the countdown, the judges began to analyze the match. Yes, both of them are pugilists, and both of them are LV46. They're evenly matched, and we'll be able to see a high-level battle between pugilists. This is a battle between two gods, and I feel a sense of ceremony. Hao Tian naturally doesn't need to be mentioned. His countless battle records prove that he's still at his peak. What I'm worried about is whether Star Chess can regain his competitive state after 5 years of retirement. Another explanation said, don't worry about that. Pro players all know how to adjust their state of mind. Scattered Star Chess is a veteran, and he has more experience than Hao Tian. I have a feeling that this will be a fierce battle. Han Xiao straightened his back slightly and stared at the tense atmosphere in the ring. After training Hao Tian for so long, it was time to bring him out for a walk. 3, 2, 1, bang. The moment the countdown ended, Hao Tian stomped his feet on the ground and dashed forward like a chariot attacking a city. He collided with the star-scattered chess pieces. Bang, bang, bang. The two pugilists exchanged punches and kicks with each other, making muffled sounds as they hit each other. The audience could see that their status bars were decreasing. Their HP, energy, and stamina bars were decreasing. When experts fought, they were not like novice players who just rushed up to attack. Even pugilists with lower skills had to pay attention to the release time of skills, the distribution of energy, the control of energy to maintain attribute bonuses, the recovery time, dodging techniques, the calculation of damage and cooldown, blocking, and so on. In a battle between experts, the details would determine victory and defeat. Sparks flew as the two of them exchanged blows. Many of the small movements and techniques flashed past. Some of the audience could understand them, while others weren't skilled enough. But whether or not they understood the calculations and movements of the two players, they could feel that there was a very special feeling to the battle between pro players. There was only one word to describe it: steady. The rate at which the two's HP and status dropped was much slower than when ordinary players fought. This meant that the two used many subtle movements to dodge or parry a large number of the opponent's skills and attacks. This was a clear difference in techniques between professional players and ordinary players. The judges and the commentator spoke like a machine gun, analyzing the situation. As a commentator, he was also quite skilled, explaining the details of the battle clearly. The battle is now in a stalemate. Both sides are still testing each other, mixing in some small skills. You can see that their HP is still above 80%. Now, it's time to see who can seize the opportunity to combo. There were countless battle styles of players, but combo was always one of the most popular techniques, especially for pugilists. If they could break through the opponent's defense and seize the opportunity to attack first, experts could use combo to reduce the opponent's HP by more than half. They could even kill the opponent in one combo. Just like in Sky Island and the Maiden, once one was hit by a combo in the air, they would lose at least half of their HP, unless the opponent made a mistake in the combo. On the other hand, Hao Tian and Star Chess were both professional players. They had prepared dozens of combo that they were familiar with day and night, so it was basically impossible for them to make a mistake. Now, it was just a matter of who could create an opportunity to combo first. Wait, Star Chess is making his move. The two of them exchanged a punch. Star Chess suddenly stepped forward and stomped his front hooves on the ground. An invisible wave burst out, and the entire ring shook. Levitation skill, shock stomp. This skill was an AoE levitation skill that affected a 2-meter radius. It was a relatively rare skill, and Hao Tian was not prepared for it. His feet left the ground, and he was shaken about 30 centimeters into the air. *T, this seems to be a rare skill. It was very sudden, and Hao Tian was hit. But this height is very short, and there is almost no gap for combo attacks. Star Chess is moving, he is combo attacking. The lower the distance from the ground, the more difficult it was to combo attacks. However, Star Chess successfully grasped this small gap, and a series of skills landed on Hao Tian. The flames were chaotic, and the arcs were flashing. In an instant, 7 to 8 combo attacks were landing on Hao Tian, and Hao Tian's HP decreased by a lot. The judge shook his head. He was able to combo attack in such a small gap. Indeed, the older the wiser. Now, let's see how Hao Tian will deal with this. Everyone knows that before the competition, Black Phantom sold an advanced pugilist knowledge called Energy Burst. Its effect is to consume a lot of energy, enter a berserk state, and flick the enemy away. This skill can stop the enemy's combo attack, but it consumes a lot of energy. With the current attributes of the players, it can only be used once per match. They must have all learned this skill. Let's see if Hao Tian will use it first. In mid-air, punches and kicks landed on Hao Tian's body. Hao Tian's body curled into a ball to minimize the damage. The decrease in his HP did not affect his mentality at all. He was focused, waiting silently. Suddenly, he grasped the gap in the combo attack, and his body stretched out like a piece of dough. He pressed down on Star Chess' fist with one hand, and his body rotated in mid-air with high difficulty, trying to land behind Star Chess. He used Flying Cloud Reversal. Although this skill is an escape skill, the judgment is very strict. Agility needs to be at least 10 points higher than the opponent to succeed, but their attributes are about the same. If the judgment fails, he will enter a period of stun, and one more combo attack and he will lose. Hao Tian is going to lose. The judge suddenly stopped talking. Just as he was speaking, Hao Tian successfully escaped the attack and landed behind Star Chess. He bent his elbow and kissed the back of Star Chess' head, stunning him for a short period of time. Then, Hao Tian grabbed Star Chess' shoulder and lifted him up with both hands. Then, he hooked his leg, and Star Chess was lifted into the air. He had no defense at all, and Hao Tian started to perform a dazzling combo attack. The situation was reversed, and the audience was in an uproar. The judgment succeeded. The judge did not have time to be shocked. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Hao Tian is counterattacking. How did Star Chess' HP drop so quickly? Star Chess had used half a combo attack, and Hao Tian had lost 25% of his HP. However, Star Chess had only taken the first few attacks, and his HP had dropped by 40%. Part of the reason was that Star Chess could not defend, but the main reason was that Hao Tian's damage was too high. Star Chess's eyes were filled with shock. The damage that popped up on the panel shocked him. Hao Tian's agility is about the same as mine. Flying Cloud Reversal shouldn't have passed the judgment. The overflowing flames illuminated Hao Tian's focused expression again and again. Chapter 293. Compared to a character's level, skills were more direct and could increase one's chances of making a mistake. Hao Tian moved while using his combo, pushing his opponent to the edge of the ring. Boom! Suddenly, Star Chess's body burst into flames, and a shockwave spread out. Hao Tian was knocked back, and his combo was interrupted. Chi burst. Star Chess used this move first, the judge said. There were 3 ways to win: defeating the opponent, forcing the opponent to admit defeat, or forcing the opponent to fall off the ring. Star Chess was forced to the edge of the ring, so he would lose if he didn't use Chi burst. However, in the next moment, Hao Tian unleashed his Chi almost at the same time. Like a wild bull, he used a skill that had the effect of charge. Like a battering ram, his iron fists broke through scattered stars, parrying arms, and landed on his chest. Dong! A muffled sound. Star Chess couldn't stand still and fell off the ring, raising a cloud of dust. Winner, Hao Tian, the judge said loudly. He won. The crowd exploded with enthusiasm. Hao Tian's fans stood up excitedly and cheered. The sound of tens of thousands of people gathered together was like a tsunami. Star Chess was asked to return to the ring, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. Although the opening match was only for show, and neither of the 2 players would be eliminated, this was a huge exposure. Winning a huge victory in front of tens of thousands of people was the best chance to show his return as a king. However, he lost, and the effect of his comeback was greatly reduced, ruining his plan. However, a win was a win, and a loss was a loss. This was the consensus of all players. Even if Star Chess was unhappy, he would suppress it in his heart. The red Luan bird swayed her slender waist and leisurely walked to the center of the arena. She smiled and said, "Thank you for bringing us such a wonderful match. This was a high-level battle. The Star Chess god lost. Do you have anything to say?" Star Chess calmed himself down and forced a smile. "Not bad. I really enjoyed this battle. I also saw the strength of the younger generation. They have a lot of potential. Only then will they be able to take over the burden of the older generation and win glory in the international competition." This was a formal statement. Star Chess had mentioned the younger generation many times, and he was praising the younger generation with the attitude of a veteran. He was deliberately putting on airs, implying that he was a senior. "Thank you for your speech." The red Luan turned to Hao Tian and smiled. "Great God, Hao Tian, do you have anything to say?" Hao Tian gestured for her to give him the microphone. The red Luan was delighted. She was afraid that Hao Tian would not speak, so she immediately handed him the microphone. Hao Tian paused for a moment and stared at the chess pieces with an expressionless face. What's the point of retired people coming back for? After that, he threw down the microphone, turned around, and left. He didn't want to talk to Star Chess at all. Chess Star's face turned ugly. Veins popped out on his forehead as he gritted his teeth. How could such words be said in public? Chess Star was infuriated. The audience was in an uproar, and the red Luan hurriedly tried to smooth things over. "She has personality. I like it." Han Xiao's lips curled up slightly. He knew about Hao Tian's past. This guy was different from those flirtatious B** keys. He didn't like exposure and operations, and he worked hard to hone his skills. He was very serious about his work and had an upright and plain-spoken attitude. To put it simply, he was a gaming nerd with an iron head. Han Xiao's standards for grooming players were basically famous experts and potential stocks in his previous life. It wasn't that he discriminated against noobs, but that experts could perform better with the same amount of resources. With his current ability, he could indeed nurture an invincible existence among the players, but he would not do so. Nurturing such a player would bring more harm than good. The rewards that Han Xiao gave to Frenzied Sword and the others were only above the average level of the players within a reasonable range. Now, the players were only weaker in terms of attributes, but their mechanics were not necessarily bad. It was hard to say if there would be some amazing mechanics, and that was what Han Xiao was looking at. Although he was very good, he never forgot to learn. Good mechanics could be used to deal with other strong opponents. How to counter the enemy's abilities, how to react in the face of unexpected situations, individual mechanics, layout, and so on were all the directions of the Pro League. The growth of players varied, and the clash of different abilities was one of the highlights of a battle. For example, Hao Tian didn't have chess stars, Shockwave Stomp, but he had other trump cards. Everyone had their own trump cards and tricks. How to use them in a battle was also a reflection of one's skill level. With the same attributes, the strength of an expert would naturally exceed that of an average person. Moreover, it was also a skill for players to develop themselves well. For example, in boxing, A trained hard and B was at the end of his life. Both of them had the same amount of time, but A was better at accumulating more. That was why A was better. A learned a new fighting technique from a teacher, B couldn't find a teacher, so he could only practice blindly. However, there was no way that A was prohibited from learning a new technique just because B didn't know it. This principle also applied to players. Killing monsters to level up, doing quests, and farming equipment was equivalent to accumulating and developing. However, no matter how well prepared you were, in the end, the battle still depended on how you reacted on the spot. Maybe B was at a disadvantage and was about to lose, but the commentator saw that the situation wasn't good and said something bad. Then, A immediately made a mistake, and B seized the opportunity to turn the tables and KO the opponent. This situation was not uncommon. Battles were full of surprises, and surprises made battles even more interesting. There were still 4 or 5 months before the opportunity to go to Galaxy appeared. It was the time when the division tournament was held. As the saying went, war was good for making money. Han Xiao wanted to grab this opportunity to accumulate more. Currently, in Blue Star, only the players were of the most value to him. After the opening match, it was the normal qualifiers. There were referees in all 10 arenas, and the battles would take place at the same time. The big screen would broadcast the dazzling moves of each arena from time to time. The 100,000 players who signed up went through the first audition. Everything was simple, and a battle would end in about 10 minutes. In the later stages of the qualifiers, the pace of the audition would be slowed down, and the remaining players would be introduced. Mad Blade and Pork Buns matches were not on that day. Han Xiao casually watched a few matches before opening the forums. At this time, many players were discussing the opening match. Hao Tian's performance was outstanding, and many people were optimistic. Words of praise were everywhere. Long Sky Club also made an official announcement to celebrate Hao Tian's victory in the opening match. A few days later, the qualifiers were in full swing. The enthusiasm of the players was high, and Han Xiao was secretly making a fortune. Other than selling items, building machinery, and sparring with Hela, he spent most of his free time watching the matches, mainly the team matches. 2 teams fought in a random terrain, and each team had 6 players. Pugilist, Esper, and Mechanic. These 3 classes could be divided into different styles, forming many tactical combinations. They also had to make use of the terrain, so team battles were much more exciting than individual battles. The normal team configuration was main tank plus melee vanguard plus ranged attacker plus control. The exact number of people varied depending on the strategy. Pugilists were naturally melee fighters and often acted as the main tank. Espers could be used in all kinds of positions. Because the players had different Esper abilities, they could be used in melee, ranged, and control. They were the jack of all trades. Chapter 294. However, among the 3 classes of the mechanic class, only the gun mechanic class was more popular. It could be considered a stable long-range damage output. The positions of mechanics and mechanical pugilists were more awkward, and they almost never appeared in the competition. Mechanics did not have a huge amount of experience like hand technician, so they were equivalent to half a support class. Their combat strength made those who heard it sad and those who saw it cry. As for mechanical pugilists, they were not popular because their positions overlapped with those of the pugilist class, and their equipment had to be repaired if they broke. In version 1.0, the style of mechanical pugilists was not obvious, and the pugilist class was able to overshadow them. Han Xiao had a different opinion. In version 1.0, the combat strength of mechanical pugilists could be seen. As long as their equipment was passable, they could get a set of melee machinery and armor. They could deal half damage, and they could adapt to all kinds of environments. Compared to the pugilist class, they had their own advantages. However, the level of control required for mechanical pugilists was much more difficult than that of the pugilist class. The two difficulties of equipment and control caused almost no mechanical pugilists to take shape. The mechanic class was useful in team battles, but in the individual battles, the performance of the mechanic class was very poor. If the other two classes met a mechanic class opponent, they would feel that they were lucky. There were close to 1,000 individual battles, and the mechanic class only appeared 64 times. They only won 11 times. The discussion on the forums had reached a consensus that the mechanic class was the weakest class in individual battles. Han Xiao watched a few individual battles of the mechanic class, and they were indeed not good. The mechanic class was a class that took a long time to take shape, and the requirements for control were very high. Most of the current mechanic class players were not used to the rhythm of PK. At this level, the machinery affinity bonus of the mechanic class was not high enough. When other classes also used equipment, the difference between them was not obvious. The mechanic class was very dependent on equipment. As the versions changed, the mechanical equipment they came into contact with became stronger and stronger, and the bonuses of the mechanic class became more and more obvious. This day was Mad Blade's first individual battle. His opponent was an Esper player, and Han Xiao watched the broadcast of this match. Mad Blade was a mechanical pugilist, so Han Xiao sold some of the obsolete equipment to Mad Blade. His defensive equipment was the magnetically controlled metal armor, and his weapons were the heavy mechanical arms and mechanical legs. There were also some replacement mechanical equipment on his body. They were ferocious and gave off a cold glow, making him look like a heavily armored knight. His opponent's special ability was ice manipulation. With a wave of his hand, a layer of slippery ice covered the entire ring, slowing down Mad Blade's speed. At the same time, his own movement was enhanced. The psionics were kiting players. Equipped with equipment, they took out enhanced assault rifles from their backs and rained bullets on Mad Blade's armor, causing sparks to fly. Han Xiao nodded. Ice control has a slowing effect. Combined with long-range equipment, it's very suitable for kiting. Players could use equipment, and guns were very easy to buy. However, the other classes did not have machinery affinity, so they could only use the basic power of their equipment. The damage was not high. Mad Blade rolled on the ice to avoid the bullets. With the protection of his armor, the assault rifle's damage was limited. However, the psionics planned to use their speed advantage to slowly grind Mad Blade to death. The bullets hit the armor and suddenly stopped. The psionics player had emptied his magazine. Just as he was about to reload, Mad Blade took advantage of this opportunity. The mechanical sound of his legs activated, and he exploded with power, shattering a large part of the ice. Mad Blade leaped into the air and quickly approached the psionics player. The psionics player hurriedly threw away the assault rifle and took out the grenade launcher on his back. He raised his hand and fired, hitting Mad Blade in the air. Boom! A cloud of thick smoke surrounded by flames exploded in the air. The sound of metal sliding could be heard in the smoke, and a thin metal rope flew out and wrapped around the psionics player. The rope then quickly contracted, and the psionics player was pulled toward Mad Blade. Bang! The two of them rolled into a ball and fell on the stage. Close combat was Mad Blade's forte, and his performance was stable. He defeated his opponent with a few dazzling combos. Using smoke to block the opponent's vision and then using the rope to reduce the opponent's chance of dodging. Han Xiao nodded. He saw more details. Mad Blade had a good grasp of the mechanical pugilist skills and combat style. He could be considered one of the best among the current mechanical pugilist players. There was no such thing as an unsolvable ability for the players. Every class had their own way of dealing with it. For example, in this battle, mechanical pugilists relied on their equipment to close the distance. Pugilists could use energy burst or movement skills. Espers also had their own ways of dealing with it. Mad Blade's victory did not cause much of a stir. He was just a small figure in the pro scene, and it was only the first round of the qualifiers. However, Han Xiao believed that Mad Blade had the ability to shock the world in the first season of the Pro League. He just did not know if his results would be better than in his previous life. Players from all walks of life displayed their skills in the qualifiers. Soon, 20 days had passed, and 80 to 90% of the huge base had been eliminated. Only the players who stood out were left. Frenzied Sword passed every round without any mishaps, and the attention on him gradually increased. There were very few mechanics left in the individual rounds, and as an unpopular mechanical pugilist, many people were very curious about Frenzied Sword, and the recordings of his battles were watched. Is this the combat style of a mechanical pugilist? Using so many pieces of equipment, it looks very complicated. Combos that use a lot of mechanical equipment look a little cool, but it looks very difficult. What's so good about that? It's just because they have good equipment. It's not fair to the pugilist class. If you have the ability, don't use your equipment. Let's see who wins. 666. This is the first time I've heard of a mechanic using their physical body to fight. There were all sorts of different opinions on the forums, but overall, Frenzied Sword was slowly gaining fame. In the individual competition between the pugilist and Esper classes, his mechanical pugilist was a different kind of firework. However, the fame that Mad Blade gained was not even a fraction of Hao Tian's fame. The Long Sky Club's performance in the qualifiers was like a pack of wolves and tigers. Hao Tian was extremely fierce in the individual competition, getting stronger and stronger. His team was also unstoppable in the team competition. Long Sky's Twin Stars and Flash Fried Rice could very well become the new troika after fried eggplants with fish. Other than the 3 core members, the other members of Long Sky were not weak, and their teamwork was very good. They were definitely a strong seed team. Hao Tian's style was fierce, and the atmosphere of the entire team was the same. In comparison, although the teams of some of the bigger clubs had remained until now, their styles were more stable, as if they were hiding their strength. They did not have the imposing aura of Long Sky. Be it the individual competition or the team competition, Long Sky was the most popular team in the Blue Star division. In the research of various programs, Long Sky was one of the teams that the players had the most hope of winning the championship. Pork Bun's streamer Courting Death team was eliminated in 1 round. Han Xiao watched the video of their match and was almost blinded. All 6 members were gunners, pure long-range players, and Conviction's firepower coverage. Then, they were randomly sent to a forest terrain that was not suitable for shooting. What was even more painful was that their opponent was a professional team from a foreign club. The outcome was self-explanatory: they died miserably. Although he knew that they would not be able to qualify, Han Xiao had never seen anyone with such bad luck. He was speechless. Chapter 295. The sun was high in the sky, and in the middle of the yellow sand, the 2 teams were separated by a sand dune, facing each other. The hot sand made the players of both teams sweat profusely, and they had entered the stamina drain status. Even if they did not move, their stamina was still decreasing. The desert terrain is too wide, and it's disadvantageous for us. We might lose. Lone Crane was very depressed. This was Frenzied Sword's Rivervale Club team. They were very lucky and did not meet any strong teams. Now was the last round of the qualifiers, and as long as they won, they would be able to advance. However, Rivervale's luck seemed to have run out this time. The random terrain was an open desert that was not conducive for their melee combat, and their opponents specialized in ranged combat. Lone Crane was very depressed, and because of him, the morale of his team members was low. Frenzied Sword frowned and said, "Don't be discouraged. The battle hasn't started yet, and it's not certain who will win yet." Lone Crane shook his head. "Our chances of winning are too small. You're the leader, don't say things like that." Frenzied Sword was becoming more and more dissatisfied with Lone Crane's leadership. He did not have the slightest ability to lead, and not only did he not have any brilliant leadership skills, but he also brought negative energy to the entire team. "Oh, what's your opinion?" Solitary Crane glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. "The enemy is very good at ranged combat, so we can only close the distance. However, if we rush in recklessly, we'll be kited. Therefore, I feel that luring the enemy deep into the sand is a good idea. I can hide in the sand, and you guys can pretend to run away, luring them to where I'm hiding. Then, I'll jump out and distract them from the back, and you guys can attack them from behind. Only then will we have a chance. Perfect, I have 2 oxygen masks. Who wants to ambush with me? Frenzied Sword took out 2 oxygen masks. This was his usual equipment, and it came in handy at this moment. The team members looked at each other, and this time, Lone Crane snorted. Since you're the one who suggested this strategy, if we lose, it'll be your responsibility. Lone Crane was trying to push the blame to someone else. Frenzied Sword hated this kind of behavior and could not be bothered with him. He looked at the other teammates, and a pugilist stood out to be his teammate. Very quickly, they chose the location. Frenzied Sword and the other pugilist teammates put on their masks and hid in the sand. Lone Crane and the other 3 put on some disguises and started to lure the enemy up the sand dune, exposing themselves to the enemy's vision. Hee, they can't wait anymore. The other 6-man team discovered Solitary Crane's whereabouts, and Electrolux laughed coldly from within the team. Electrolux was in this team. It looked like a team made up of passers-by experts, but in reality, these 6 players were all spies of different foreign clubs in Planet Aquamarine. They had secretly formed teams to challenge them, and there were such teams in every competition. The opponent is a small club. I've seen their matches before, and they specialize in close combat. Their teamwork is bad, and the terrain is advantageous to us. As long as we keep our distance, they'll definitely lose, Electrolux said. They approached Rivervale's team and started to attack from afar. These players mainly used Esper abilities. Electrolux could form a wind seed in his palm, which gradually grew until it became a small tornado. Some of his teammates could use their fingers to shoot destructive beams, and some could twist the air into a white ball and throw it out to create an explosion. Lone Crane and the others hurriedly ran away, and Electrolux's team chased after them. Very soon, they realized that there were only 4 people in Rivervale's team. Where did the other 2 go? Electrolux was alarmed. He suddenly raised his hand and said, "Everyone, stop. They might be luring us." Electrolux thought that if Rivervale's team was luring the enemy, they would stop when he stopped, or at least slow down to lure them. However, Rivervale did not slow down at all, dragging a long trail of dust behind them. They could not wait to run as far as possible. Lone Crane focused on running. He did not want to follow Frenzied Sword's strategy at all. Didn't Frenzied Sword say that they were going to ambush? Lone Crane was planning to let Frenzied Sword stay underground. He would meet up with his opponents and pretend to be luring them. At the very least, it would be considered as fighting with the enemy. Letting Frenzied Sword be a bystander would make it seem like Frenzied Sword's plan was wrong. That way, he would be able to push the blame to Lone Crane and make the higher-ups disappointed in Frenzied Sword. However, he could not purposely avoid Frenzied Sword's ambush spot. His other teammates also knew the location, so he could not make it too obvious. Thus, he could only use some tricks to lure the enemy. Regardless of whether the enemy followed him or not, he would just run. Lone Crane was a veteran who had been in the professional circle for many years. He was someone who did not have many achievements, so he was recruited by Rivervale. His salary was much higher than before, but he did not care about the team's results. He just wanted to keep his position as the leader and continue to enjoy the high salary. There were all kinds of people in the professional circle, and a veteran like him could be considered a classic example. However, Elux misunderstood and said, "He's running away in such a hurry. It doesn't seem like he's trying to lure the enemy. Furthermore, the desert is an open terrain, so the possibility of an ambush is lower. Let's chase after him." Due to a strange combination of factors, Elux fell for the ambush. After chasing for a while, he stepped into the ambush spot. Suddenly, a cloud of sand exploded in the middle of the team. Frenzied Sword and his pugilist teammates charged out from underground, heading straight for the backline. Everything happened so suddenly that the expressions of Elux and the others change. Frenzied Sword went all out and tore apart the enemy's formation. Lone Crane, who was far away, saw this and had no choice but to lead his teammates back. The scene was a mess. Elux and the others were also very strong. Even if the ambush was a success, Rivervale would still be in a fierce battle. Fortunately, Frenzied Sword performed well and killed 2 fragile espers, completing a double kill and securing the victory. As Elux fell to the ground with a face full of unwillingness, the surroundings finally quieted down. Only the sound of the wind blowing up the sand could be heard. Rivervale won. We won. Frenzied Sword waved his fist excitedly. We actually advanced. Lone Crane opened his mouth in disbelief. He had made it so obvious, but the enemy still fell for it. How could they be so cheeky? As the final round of the qualifiers ended, the list of qualifiers was released. The players in each division were excited, and the attention of the league rose once again. The qualifiers were just an appetizer. The main event was to fight for the qualification to advance and the start of the regular season. From here on, the competition would officially start. It would not be as rushed as the qualifiers, and every match would be watched by everyone. Out of thousands of teams and hundreds of thousands of players, the top 38 teams and top 62 individual battles were undoubtedly the focus of attention. Han Xiao looked through the list. The 4 biggest teams had all qualified, and the rest were mostly famous club teams, such as Fanatics, Nine Gates, Thunderstorm, and so on. There were also some clubs from other countries, and there were only 3 random teams. Rivervale was in the list of qualifiers. Han Xiao recalled that in his previous life, Rivervale did not qualify for the regular season, and the team that replaced them seemed to be a foreign team. As for the individual matches, Frenzied Sword made it into the regular season just like in his previous life, and he received more attention than in his previous life. There were only 4 mechanics who qualified for the individual matches, and they were all gunners. Frenzied Sword was the only mechanical pugilist, and he attracted a lot of attention. Furthermore, the recording of Rivervale's matches had been dug out. Frenzied Sword's performance could be said to be the mainstay of the team, turning the tide and leading Rivervale to advance. He had attracted a lot of fans. On the other hand, no one cared about the real leader, Lone Crane. In the eyes of the audience, he was just a random player. To them, Frenzied Sword was the core of Rivervale. Lone Crane was very jealous, but he could not replicate Frenzied Sword's performance. He could only watch as Frenzied Sword received all kinds of praises, feeling depressed. Frenzied Sword was indeed very talented in close combat, and his control was getting better and better. The mechanic players watched his duel recordings over and over again, learning from him. Some players dug up the previous posts and realized that Frenzied Sword was one of the 4 who triggered Black Phantom's hidden storyline. The quality of his equipment was very high, and the effects were very rich. Without a doubt, it came from Black Phantom. The players were very jealous and yearned for it. Han Xiao also shared in a wave of popularity. The results of the first step are even better than in my previous life. Han Xiao was very satisfied. He had not wasted his efforts on Frenzied Sword. A few days later, the secondary league also ended successfully. The champion and runner-up qualified to advance, making up for the 40 team seats in the regular season and the 64 people in the individual matches. The officials announced the group numbers for the regular season. All the players were evenly divided into groups A, B, C, and D, with 10 teams in each group, and 16 players in each group in the individual matches. The regular season used a point system. The top 2 teams in each group would advance, and the top 4 teams in the individual matches would advance. The team list for the regular season on Planet Aquamarine caused an uproar among the players. Fried eggplants with fish, Dynasty, and Long Sky, the 3 powerhouses, were in Group A. Furthermore, the other teams in Group A included the Longhu Club and the Sky Palace Club, 2 strong teams, and a foreign club team. This was a group of death. There were so many strong teams, but only 2 of them could advance. At the very least, one of them would be eliminated in this round. This immediately tugged at the heartstrings of the fans of the strong teams. The regular season had not even started, but the atmosphere was already tense. A storm was brewing. Chapter 296. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, and in the middle of the yellow sand, the two teams faced each other with a sand dune between them. The scorching sand made the players on both sides sweat profusely, and they entered the stamina depletion state. Even if they did not move, their stamina points would slowly decrease. The desert is too open, and it's not good for us. We might lose. Lone Crane was very upset. This was Mad Blade's team from Rivervale. They were very lucky as they didn't meet any strong teams. They were in the last round of the preliminaries, and they could advance as long as they won. However, this time, Rivervale's luck seemed to have run out. The terrain was not good for close-range combat, and their opponents were good at long-range attacks. Lone Crane was very upset, and the morale of his teammates was very low. Mad Blade frowned and said, "Don't give up. The battle hasn't started yet. We don't know who will win yet." Lone Crane shook his head and said, "Our chance of winning is too small. You are the leader. Don't say that." Mad Blade was getting more and more dissatisfied with Lone Crane's leadership. He didn't have any leadership skills at all. Instead, he brought negative energy to the team. "Oh, what do you have in mind?" Lone Crane glanced at him. "Our opponents are good at long-range attacks, so we can only close the distance. However, if we rush in recklessly, we will be kited. So, I think it's a good idea to lure our opponents deep into the sand. I can hide in the sand, and you guys can pretend to run away and lure them to my hiding spot. Then, I will jump out and hold their back. You guys can come back and attack them. That way, we will have a chance." "Good, I have 2 masks. Who wants to ambush with me?" Mad Blade took out 2 oxygen masks. This was his usual equipment, and it could be put to good use. The team members looked at each other. Lone Crane snorted and said, "Since you are the one who suggested this strategy, it will be your responsibility if we lose." Lone Crane was trying to shift the blame to others. Mad Blade didn't like this kind of behavior, so he didn't want to talk to him. He looked at the other team members, and a pugilist stood out to be his partner. Soon, they chose a location. Mad Blade and his pugilist teammates put on their masks and hid in the sand. Lone Crane and the other 3 put on some camouflage and started to lure their opponents. They walked up the sand dune and exposed themselves to the enemy. Hee, they can't hold it in anymore. On the other side, the 6-man team discovered Lone Crane and the others. Elux smiled coldly. Electrolux was in this team. It looked like a team made up of random experts, but in reality, these 6 players were all spies from different foreign clubs in the Blue Star division. They secretly formed a team to challenge them. There were such teams in every division. Our opponent is a small club. I've seen their matches. They're good at close combat, but their coordination is bad. The terrain is advantageous to us. As long as we keep our distance, they'll definitely lose, Elux said. They closed in on the Rivervale team, maintained a distance, and started to launch long-range attacks. These players mainly used their special abilities. Elux could generate a wind seed in his palm, which gradually grew bigger and turned into a small sand tornado. Some of his teammates could shoot out destructive light beams with their fingers, while others could twist the air into a white ball and throw it out to cause an explosion. Xing Juwei and the other 3 quickly ran away, while Elux's team chased after them. Very soon, they realized that there were only 4 people in the Rivervale team. Where did the other 2 go? Elux was alarmed. He suddenly raised his hand and said, "Everyone, stop. They might be baiting us." Elux thought that if the Rivervale team was baiting them, they would stop when he stopped, or at least slow down to bait them. However, the Rivervale team did not slow down at all. They left a long trail of dust behind them, as if they wanted to run as far away as possible. Xing Juwei focused on running. He did not want to follow Mad Blade's strategy at all. Xing Juwei had a little plan. Didn't Mad Blade say that he was going to ambush them? He would just let him stay underground. He would meet with his opponents and pretend to bait them. At least, he would be able to fight with his opponents. He would let Mad Blade do nothing and make it seem like Mad Blade's plan was wrong. Then, he could push the blame to Mad Blade and make the higher-ups disappointed in Mad Blade. However, He could not purposely change the location of Mad Blade's ambush. The other teammates also knew the location, so he could not make it too obvious. Therefore, he decided to do something to bait the enemy. He would just keep running, regardless of whether his opponents followed him or not. Xing Duwei was a veteran who had been in the professional circle for many years. He did not have any achievements, so when he was recruited by Rivervale, his salary was much higher than before. However, he did not care about the results of his team. He only wanted to keep his position as the team leader and continue to enjoy the rich salary. There were all kinds of people in the professional circle, and a veteran like him was a typical example. However, Elux misunderstood him and said, "They are running so fast. It doesn't seem like they are trying to bait the enemy. Also, the desert is an open area, so the possibility of an ambush is low. Chase after them." Elux accidentally fell into the trap. After chasing for a while, he stepped on the ambush spot. Suddenly, a cloud of dust exploded in the middle of the team. Mad Blade and his pugilist teammates rushed out from the ground and headed straight for the backline. This happened so suddenly that Elux and the others were shocked. Mad Blade went all out and tore apart the enemy's formation. Xing Duwei, who was far away, saw this and had no choice but to rush back with his teammates. The situation was a mess. Elux and the others were also very strong. Even if the ambush was successful, Rivervale was still in a fierce battle. Luckily, Mad Blade performed well and killed 2 fragile espers. He completed a double kill and secured the victory. As Elux fell to the ground unwillingly, the surroundings finally quieted down. Only the sound of the wind blowing the yellow sand could be heard. Rivervale, victory. We won. Mad Blade waved his fists in excitement. We actually made it. Xing Duwei opened his mouth in disbelief. He had made it so obvious, but the enemy still fell for it. How could they be so cheeky? After the last round of the qualifiers ended, the list of qualified players was announced. The players in every division were excited, and the attention of the Pro League increased again. The qualifiers were just an appetizer. The main event was the beginning of the regular season. From now on, the competition would officially start. It would not be as rushed as the qualifiers, where every match would be watched by thousands of people. Among the thousands of teams and 100,000 players, the top 38 teams and the top 62 in the individual competition would undoubtedly attract a lot of attention. Han Xiao looked through the list. The 4 biggest clubs had all made it out. The rest were mostly famous clubs, such as Fanatics, Nine Gates, Thunderstorm, and so on. There were also some clubs from other countries. There were only 3 random teams. Rivervale was in the list of qualified players. Han Xiao recalled that in his previous life, Rivervale did not qualify for the regular season. The team that replaced them seemed to be a foreign team. In the singles, Frenzied Sword had made it into the regular season just like in Han Xiao's previous life. Furthermore, he had received even more attention than in his previous life. There were only 4 mechanics who had made it into the singles, and all of them were gun mechanics. Frenzied Sword was the only mechanical pugilist, and he had attracted a lot of attention. Furthermore, Frenzied Sword's performance in Rivervale's match had been dug out. His performance could be said to be the cornerstone of Rivervale, turning the tide and leading Rivervale into the next round. He had attracted a huge number of fans. On the other hand, no one cared about the real leader, Lone Crane. In the eyes of the audience, he was just a passerby. To them, Frenzied Sword was the real core of Rivervale. Xing Duwei was very jealous, but he could not do what Mad Blade did. He could only watch Mad Blade receive all kinds of praise. Mad Blade was indeed very talented in close combat, and his performance was getting better and better. The mechanic players watched his solo battles over and over again to learn his techniques. Some players looked at the past posts and found that Mad Blade was one of the 4 people who triggered Black Phantom's hidden quest. The quality of his equipment was very high, and the effects were very rich. It was no doubt that it was made by Black Phantom. The players were very jealous and wanted to get their hands on him. Han Xiao also shared some of the popularity. The result of the first step is even better than in my previous life. Han Xiao was very satisfied. He did not love Mad Blade for nothing. A few days later, the secondary league also ended smoothly. The champion and the runner-up qualified for the next round, making up for the 40 team spots and the 64 players in the singles. The official announcement of the group lottery for the regular season was made. All the players were divided into 4 groups, A, B, C, and D. There were 10 teams in each group, and 16 players in each group for the singles. The regular season used a point system, and the teams would fight in a cycle. The top 2 teams in each group would qualify for the next round, and the top 4 teams in each group would qualify for the next round. The names of the teams in the Blue Star division caused an uproar among the players. Spicy Eggplants with Fish, Dynasty, and Long Sky were all in Group A. The other teams in Group A included Longhu Club, Tiangong Club, and a foreign club team. It was truly a group of death. With so many strong teams, only 2 would qualify. At least one of the strong teams would be eliminated in this round, and it tugged at the heartstrings of the fans of the strong teams. The regular season had not even started, but the atmosphere was already very tense. Chapter 297. Galaxy Times objectively analyzed the groupings. Group A had the most intense competition, and they felt that Long Sky, who was the focus of everyone's attention, would most likely fail this time. Although Hao Tian was very strong, the other teams had to preserve their strength and give it their all in order to advance. In such a situation, Long Sky might be too strong. The fans of the strong teams in Group A did not buy it, especially the fans of the 3 biggest clubs. They felt that there was some underhanded manipulation going on and started to argue on the forums. However, their reasons were not convincing. Most of the neutral viewers felt that if the 4 biggest clubs were evenly split into each group, it would be more like some underhanded manipulation. Of course, this reasoning was not enough to calm the crazy fans down. The topic on the forums continued to rise, and after the qualifiers, the pre-season began. The results of the pre-season matches were not included in the points, they were only used to let each team have a simple understanding of their opponents in the same group. It was used as a warm-up, to collect information on their opponents, and to mislead their opponents. Compared to the official matches, the warm-up matches were much more relaxed. None of the teams felt any pressure, and all kinds of brilliant moves were made. The viewers especially loved to watch the unofficial matches. The mistakes and amazing moves of the various teams were made into funny and hot-blooded videos, and Pork Bun also followed the trend and made a few episodes. After the playoffs, there would be a break period for the teams to rest and reorganize. Furthermore, the officials would increase their publicity efforts in order to build momentum for the division tournament. The overwhelming publicity attack would raise the expectations of the players. When the regular season officially began, it was already June in the Galaxy calendar. During this period, Han Xiao had been farming experience for the players in the sanctuary. Other than that, there were not many important things to do. He had reached the 3rd round of the hidden main storyline, and all the requirements had been completed. However, he could not contact Honus and the others, so he could not complete the mission. It was Han Xiao's first time coming into contact with this hidden main storyline, so he did not know the exact process. He used the Darknet's power to search for Honus, but he still could not find him. This was why he felt that something was wrong. The Darknet was one of the biggest organizations in Blue Star, and even they could not find him. It was basically certain that Honus and the others were missing. After some investigation, he found that Honus was last seen in a barren desert called the Somar Desert. This name sounds familiar. Han Xiao frowned. Right, I went to this desert when I was doing a bounty mission. The elementary strengthened life, molding ability was obtained there. It was the ruins of an old country, and there were still survivors looking for the so-called magic ruins. Even though Han Xiao and Honus did not talk much, Honus was the one who dealt with the hidden main storyline quest. When he was in Andrea, he had risked his life to come and rescue him. Whether it was for personal or public reasons, Han Xiao would not sit by and watch him go missing. Bennett had the same thought. When the regular season began, Han Xiao left the sanctuary and went to the Somar Desert with Bennett. Under the scorching sun, the hot air rose from the desert. Through the barbed wire of the darknet stronghold, one could see the boundless sea of sand. The last time Honnis appeared was a month ago. He was replenishing his supplies at this stronghold before entering the Somar Desert. He never returned. The person in charge of the stronghold reported the situation to Han Xiao and Bennett. He took out the supply distribution record to prove that what he said was true. I have sent out a fleet to look for them, but it is difficult to keep track of them from a month ago in the desert. The result is not good, Bennett said. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Can you say something more constructive? Bennett said helplessly, we can't get through to the phone or the computer. All contact methods have been cut off. This is the only clue. This kind of search was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Han Xiao shook his head. This kind of search is a waste of time, but there is no better way now. I hope we can find something. There were many secrets hidden in the Somar Desert. Honnis might have met with a special situation this time. Han Xiao thought about the rumors of the abandoned Felonia base and the magic ruins. A guess suddenly formed in his mind. Honnis might have met with a mishap. Bennett sighed. Han Xiao did not comment. In his previous life, Bennett had built tombstones for Honnis and the others. However, he felt that it was different this time. If the person who issued the mission died, the hidden main mission would definitely fail. But now, they were only stuck at the third round. Han Xiao felt that Honnis and the others were still alive. Maybe this was a necessary part of the mission. Since the mission was stuck, he could only wait patiently. Maybe time would bring about a change. Although Han Xiao was quite curious about the final result of this hidden main storyline, judging purely from the perspective of profit, this mission reward was actually not that attractive to him. Now that the great mechanic Han was extremely wealthy, the little bit of experience from the mission reward was just a hair on a bull. After assigning the mission to their subordinates, the two took the plane back. On the plane, Bennett suddenly said, I heard that there are more and more Inhumans in your sanctuary. You have to watch them closely. Don't let them cause any trouble. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. What are you trying to say? The origin of the Inhumans is strange. Their behavior is strange, and their numbers are increasing. Bennett's face was serious. They are a potential threat. If so many Inhumans work together, the world will be in a bloodbath again. We can't afford another war. I heard that the 6 nations have already contacted the galactic civilizations. Those aliens will send a team to investigate the Inhumans. I know. Han Xiao smiled and patted Bennett's shoulder. Not only did he know that Ghidorah would send people to Blue Star, but he also knew the exact time the spaceship would arrive. This was what the Destiny's Child card showed him. The spaceship sent by Ghidorah was one of the opportunities for him to travel to the galaxy. It would arrive in a month's time. In the following month, Han Xiao continued to build his foundation according to his plan. Due to the competition, more and more players came to the sanctuary, and his sales were maintained at a high level. Han Xiao would occasionally watch the matches. The regular season had a new arena, which was the second type of battle between teams. It was a one-on-one rotation system. Each side would send out 6 players to defeat the other side. The points awarded were 6 points minus the number of people lost. For example, if one side lost 3 people to defeat the other, they would be awarded 3 points. The arena competition increased the number of ways for teams to obtain points. In the later part of the regular season, the situation was basically clear. In Group B, Group C, and Group D, the top 2 teams had pulled away from the rest of the teams. They were Temple of God, Thunderstorm, Mountain Sea, and 3 other foreign clubs. Mad Blade's team, Rivervale, was not going to make it to the next round. In fact, it was already extremely lucky for them to be able to make it to the regular season. They had exceeded Lone Crane's expectations, which made him ambitious. He wanted to achieve better results and see the hope of making it to the next level. He did not want to continue to perform poorly and had blind confidence in his team's strength. However, reality poured a bucket of cold water on his head. The teams that were left until now were all strong players. The overall strength of the Rivervale team was too weak. No matter how hard he tried, they were still defeated. Lone Crane's heart was cold. He realized that his seriousness could not change the fact that he was not strong enough. His ambition that had appeared with great difficulty disappeared. However, he was an experienced player, and he quickly adjusted his mentality and comforted himself. It's enough. At least we made it to the regular season. This result is not bad. I can report back to my team. With this thought in mind, Lone Crane thought that he would be praised by the higher-ups as the team leader. However, reality not only poured a bucket of cold water on him, but it also made him shiver. Rivervale officially announced that Mad Blade would be the team leader and the core of the team in the future. This directly took away Lone Crane's position. Before Lone Crane could digest this fact, the higher-ups of the team sent him a request to terminate his contract. This made him completely panic. The higher-ups of the club were not blind. Mad Blade's results were obvious to all. He had made it to the top 3 in the singles competition and successfully made it to the finals of the division. He was the only mechanic left in the Blue Star singles competition. He was even called China's #1 mechanic pugilist by his fans. Of course, the higher-ups of Rivervale spent a lot of effort to nurture a player with such potential. This was only the first season of the Pro League. There would be more opportunities in the future to nurture Mad Blade and make him the pillar of the club. They were preparing to build a new team around Mad Blade. Lone Crane, who did not have any results and did not have a good attitude, was directly kicked out of the team. Frenzied Sword originally did not like the Rivervale team, but the higher-ups wanted to make him the core of a new team. This was a treatment that many famous players did not receive. Frenzied Sword was overwhelmed by the favor, and his resentment was swept away. He was extremely moved. Once a player had a good performance, they would be able to see through him and his career would soar. Mad Blade could be considered half a star player now. However, he was very ambitious and was not satisfied with his current results. His fighting spirit was high, and he was even more determined to hold on to Han Xiao's thigh. Mad Blade's results were better than in his previous life, and there was still room for improvement. Han Xiao was very happy to see his son become a dragon. It would be more accurate to say that he was satisfied with nurturing a player. Electrolux, who had made it to the top 16 in his previous life and mocked the Chinese players, was eliminated in the group stage. This was mainly due to Han Xiao's influence. Electrolux's development was much worse than in his previous life. Even if his Esper ability potential was grade A, he did not develop fully. Looking at the entire Blue Star division, only Group A of the team competition was not clear. This was truly a group of death. There were still a few rounds left, and the top 5 were still in a deadlock. Anyone could make a comeback. Long Sky was currently in 3rd place, and the competition was extremely intense. Chapter 298. In the group stages, Long Sky's momentum was suppressed by Dynasty and fried eggplants with fish time and time again. Being highly anticipated was a double-edged sword. When Long Sky's performance was not satisfactory, the media's comments were all negative, and they were not optimistic about whether Long Sky could make it out of the group stages. As a veteran team, Long Sky's ability to withstand pressure was very strong. The last few matches of Group A had reached a new high, but in the match against Dynasty, King Admiral had defeated 4 of them in one go. Dynasty had steadily climbed to the top of the group and was basically guaranteed to advance. Now, there was only one spot left, and Long Sky's points dropped to 4th. Amidst the negative comments, the last round began. Long Sky's opponent was Fried Eggplants with Fish, who was in 2nd place. The difference in points between the two teams was very high, and if they wanted to replace them, they would have to crush Fried Eggplants with Fish with absolute advantage. However, Fried Eggplants with Fish was also a powerhouse team, and Long Sky clearly did not stand a chance. However, Long Sky, who the audience thought was done for, turned the tables around. Hao Tian and the rest of the team seemed to be on steroids and fought a perfect team battle, crushing Fried Eggplants with Fish. In the group stages, Long Sky could be said to have 0 mistakes, crushing Fried Eggplants with Fish to the ground. The 3 chariots, Dancing Fish Dragon, Fragrant Bear, and Sun Eggplant, were all stunned by Long Sky's explosive moves. On the broadcast screen of the match, the bullet screen was in a state of frenzy every minute and every second, densely packed and surging like the sea. The fans of both sides were nervous, and every time there was a critical turn, it would cause the audience to cry out in alarm. Long Sky's points increased tremendously, and they shared the points with fried eggplants with fish. In the end, Long Sky surpassed fried eggplants with fish in second place. Long Sky's shocking comeback. Fried eggplants with fish lost miserably. Long Sky's momentum is as high as the rainbow, finger sword champion. Fried eggplants with fish is eliminated. The radiance of the powerhouses is gone. Group A's qualifiers have been decided. Dynasty and Long Sky enter the finals. Long Sky turned the tables around, and the forums exploded. Long Sky's fans were so excited that it was as if they were celebrating the new year. The media, which was originally pessimistic, changed their direction once again, and all of them praised Long Sky. No matter how pessimistic they were before the match, they would support whoever won. Dynasty, Long Sky, and fried eggplants with fish held a press conference together after the match. The reporters first congratulated Dynasty and Long Sky for making it to the next round, and the spokespersons of these two powerhouses spoke with confidence and assurance. They said a series of polite words, which were mostly about performing well, thanking the audience for their support, and so on. Finally, the reporter turned to fried eggplants with fish and asked, "You were eliminated and did not make it to the finals. What do you think? This is not a good result, and it is not in line with our expectations. In the competition, we made many mistakes, and we should have been able to do better. Long Sky is a very strong team, and their strength speaks for itself," the spokesperson for fried eggplants with fish said with a heavy expression. This was a prepared speech. First, they would admit that they did not perform well, make a self-reflection, and apologize to the fans. This was the standard procedure, and the reporters were patient. They did not even bother to write a record. Suddenly, the team leader, Sun Eggplant, stood up. Although he was the last in the nickname fried eggplants with fish, he was the leader of the trio. Sun Eggplant grabbed the microphone from the spokesperson and interrupted the speech. Facing the confused gazes of the crowd, he stared at Long Sky and said in a deep voice, "I don't want to say *T like I tried my best. The truth is, I lost, and I am not satisfied. I will win next time. Hao Tian, we are both in the top 16 of the individual competition. If you meet me, you can just wait to be eliminated." Hao Tian was very stubborn. "You can't beat me this time, and it will be the same next time." The two stared at each other and did not give in. Only such a heated conversation would be interesting. The reporters were excited and hurriedly recorded it. The people from Dynasty looked at them from the side. The first place in their group had become a foil. Second Prince clenched his fist and said in dissatisfaction, "The reporters are not interviewing us. I might as well go and challenge." King Admiral's eyelids were drooping, and he seemed to be dozing off. Hearing this, he casually slapped the back of Second Prince's head and said, "Don't join in the fun." Second Prince slapped King Admiral's hand away and said with dissatisfaction, "You're King hitting me again. What does it have to do with you that I'm going to challenge? Idiot, you didn't even enter the top 16 of the individual competition. Why are you joining in the fun?" King Admiral's casual tone pierced through Second Prince's heart. A red cloud appeared on Second Prince's face as he stared at King Admiral angrily. He wanted to give him a round of friendship break-face kick and a round of give me back my pretty fist. He felt that this was a blatant mockery. King Admiral had entered the individual competition and was the champion of the individual competition. He had been invited to the international all-star competition, but he had been eliminated. Second Prince was very upset. At the same time, Temple of God was also holding a press conference. Temple of God was very lucky, and they were placed in a weaker group. Since they had the highest points, they were also invited to the all-star competition. Li Ji spoke eloquently at the press conference, saying that they would definitely win glory for the country in international competitions, win glory, represent China, and win back trophies and so on. Temple of God considered themselves as the leader of the top teams, and Li Jie had always walked the path of representing China. Although he was the second Chinese player in the international competition, King Admiral was very low profile and had a sloppy image. On the other hand, Li Jie was handsome and strong, so he was very popular and had a lot of fans. His fans were more female, while King Admiral's fans were mostly burly men. When the fans of both sides fought, it could be said to be the biggest show of the year. As long as King Admiral and Li Jie had a direct confrontation, it would be time for this show to start. The teams and players that had made it out of the regular season all held press conferences. There were all kinds of attitudes. Some said that they would be the champions, while others kept a low profile. At this point, the list for the division finals was out. Top 8, China's 5 teams: Dynasty, Long Sky, Temple of God, Thunderstorm, and 9 Gates. 3 foreign teams: Son of Wind, Raging Beast, and Orange Gold. Top 16, King Admiral, Sun Eggplant, Hao Tian, Li Jie, Mad Blade, Rainy Kim. Looking at this list, Han Xiao smiled. He smiled like an old farmer who had a good harvest. Heh, quite a few of them were famous players from my previous life. Han Xiao smiled. There was another reason why he was paying attention to the competition. To him, the Pro League was a chance to find experts. Those who were able to enter the finals of the Planet Aquamarine division were all talents, and they were also good with words. The great mechanic Han was prepared to bring a portion of the strong players into the galaxy. This time, he would not only bring a few people but also a large group of players to be his fighters. They would not die and could be revived. Players were very useful helpers. Although they were a little weak, there was room for improvement in the future versions. Although robots could be used as cannon fodder, robots cost money. Players were free. Han Xiao planned to train a group of people. He had to start from the very beginning. He already had an idea. Build his own faction. In version 0, the players did not have a channel to go into the galaxy. If he could provide this channel, even the pro players would go crazy. Although Han Xiao's mission quota was not small, it was not a lot after splitting it. This limited the number of players he could train. However, going into the galaxy would give the players the opportunity to come into contact with the wider world. There would be endless missions, which was very attractive to the players. It was even more attractive than himself, thus breaking free from the limit of the mission quota. The players going into the galaxy first was equivalent to seizing the opportunity. No one would not be envious of this opportunity. At the same time, he would be able to increase his sense of presence and create a huge piece of news. The selected players would automatically gather around him to develop a sense of identity. Han Xiao already had a blueprint for the specific operation. However, how many players he could bring would depend on the situation. In the secret base, Han Xiao got up from the sofa, went to the equipment warehouse, and entered the password. A metal wall folded open, revealing a transparent glass cylinder filled with a gel solution. Inside was the amphiptyr mechanical suit that had never been used before. It's about time to go. Chapter 299. In space far away from the blue star, wormholes of various sizes opened and closed, emitting streams of light that dyed the dark space of the universe in a riot of colors. These lights gathered and scattered like pieces of glowing gauze, bringing with them a hazy and dreamy feeling. The colors were rich, like a gradual spectrum. In the center of the wormholes, a large space station was floating. Its specific shape was like 3 skyscrapers stacked together horizontally. There were all kinds of towers extending from the sides and the top. Some were signal towers, some were space stabilizers, and some were weapon and escort hangars. At the bottom of the space station was a huge white metal sphere. A dark blue ring surrounded the sphere from afar, like the ring of a planet. This was the reactor and power source of the space station, as well as providing gravity to the space station. The structure of the space station was complex and precise, filled with the beauty of technology. The windows of the buildings were spaceports for spaceships to dock. Without a frame of reference, it was difficult to have a clear understanding of the size of the space station. A spaceport could dock spaceships that were hundreds of meters long, and this space station had tens of thousands of spaceports, like a man-made mountain range. Jubilee Hub, the transportation hub of the Garten star system. The surrounding wormholes were built by the various star system civilizations of the Colton star cluster. They used large amounts of resources in exchange for the help of more advanced civilizations to build stable stargates. They could quickly connect to the various star systems of the Colton star cluster and the star zones under them, greatly reducing the time spent on interstellar flight. The space station was constantly taking in and sending out a large number of spaceships, like a hive surrounded by bees. A small yellow and white spaceship entered one of the spaceports, entering the gravity zone from the zero-gravity space. The body of the spaceship shook slightly, and the bottom of the spaceship entered the orbit of the spaceport. It moved along the orbit for 3 minutes before entering the hangar. The interior of the hangar was blue and white. The materials were a combination of special alloys and macromolecules. After a few seconds, a synthetic female voice sounded in the hangar. Identity authorization confirmed. Permission granted to dock. Welcome, Godora 741 Galactic Investigation Team, Captain Kurlod. Kai. The hatch opened, and the bridge extended out. A humanoid creature walked out. This was a male Godora. His skin was pale gold, and his long white hair was combed into 7 braids at the back of his head. There was a golden ball-shaped accessory tied to the ends of the braids. His appearance was similar to that of a human, except that the distance between his facial features was slightly wider. His body structure was similar to that of a normal human. He had 1 head, 2 hands, 2 legs, and 1 root. He did not have any extra limbs such as a tail. He was 2 meters tall, which was considered average by Godora standards. Kurlod belonged to the Godora Interstellar Investigation Bureau. He was the captain of the investigation team. Although he was a captain, he did not have any subordinates. He only had the standard equipment of a Godora investigator and a small spaceship that belonged to the government. The spaceship was about 30 meters long, and it was a single-person spaceship. Kurlod was the investigator who was sent to the Blue Star to investigate the Inhumans. Wow, a pureblood Godora. Such a proud race. It's rare to see such a rare sight. At the entrance of the hangar, a registrar wearing a space station uniform laughed. His appearance was similar to Kurlod's, but he was much shorter, and his skin was not as golden. He was a half-blood Godora mixed with another race. Humph, a subspecies. Kurlod glanced at the registrar with disdain. Godora valued the purity of their bloodline. This was the tradition of their race. They despised all mixed bloods and called them subspecies. The meaning was similar to bastards, and it was an insult. The registrar did not care. Hurry up and register. How long will you stay? Where are you going? Kurlod said, 2 days to refuel. Then we will head to Star Zone 9 to investigate a strange phenomenon in a low-level civilization. Star Zone 9? That's a barren and dangerous place. Looks like you've taken on a tough job. The registrar was very knowledgeable. It's just a low-level civilization making a fuss about nothing. They think it's an unexplainable phenomenon because their technology is outdated and they haven't seen the world. They can go back after a simple investigation. It won't take long. Kurlod raised his head and walked out of the hangar with pride. He headed to the resting area in the atrium of the space station. After the two left, the hangar door closed. After an unknown amount of time, a black, viscous liquid crawled out from the tracks of the spaceport. It wriggled as if it had a life of its own. The area of the viscous liquid was only about 1 square meter. The sticky liquid slowly crawled onto the spaceship of the observer, seeped into the gaps of the spaceship's armor, and disappeared. Blue Star, in a snowy mountain range in the northern continent, a black helicopter with the Darknet logo was parked on top of a mountain. Han Xiao crossed his arms and looked at the mountain range covered in clouds. The cold air kept drilling into his sleeves and collar. Han Xiao's body was very strong, so he did not feel anything. However, the pilot wrapped in 3 layers of cotton clothes was shivering. He asked with a trembling voice, "Hey, Your Excellency, what are we doing here?" Han Xiao looked at him in surprise. "You're new here? Haven't you learned the rule of don't ask questions? Why yes. The pilot was so cold that his teeth were chattering. But we've been here for 4 days. Compared to the rule, I think it's more important to make sure that I'm mentally prepared to freeze to death here. Han Xiao was amused. What's your name? Huang Jian. I just finished pilot training last month. Han Xiao was amazed. Huang Jian, Huang Jian. Huang Jian and Huang Jian. This name sounds very promising. You'll definitely become someone big in the future. What else could he do? Huang Jian felt bitter. He could only pretend that he did not hear it and asked, Your Excellency, how long do we have to stay here? 1 day at the shortest, half a month at the longest. Huang Jian's face twitched. Wasn't this a little too long? After thinking about it, Huang Jian gathered his courage and asked a question that violated the rule. What are you waiting for? Han Xiao glanced at him. You'll know when it comes. There were only 2 people on the plane. While they were waiting, they could chat with Huang Jian to relieve their boredom. However, most of the time, Han Xiao was watching the matches on the forums. The international all-star competition had started, and the champions of each country were competing. The players were extremely lively, and Han Xiao watched it as a way to pass the time. The players from the other regions were all famous teams from their respective countries, such as Devil from America, Rose Knight from England, Kim Kai from Korea, Tulip from France, and so on. Their positions in their respective countries were similar to Temple of God's position in China. Seeing these familiar teams from his previous life, Han Xiao finally remembered that the champions of the first season were Tulip from France. They were a very powerful club. The All-Star competition was a chance to show off. Players from each region would pay attention to it, and it was more than 10 times more popular than a single region. The champions of each country would compete with each other and show off their strength. They would praise their opponents before and after the competition. The atmosphere was harmonious. This was a chance for the champions of the regular season to show off their strength. Temple of God from the Blue Star region had attracted a wave of foreign fans. Their performance was not bad, and Li Ji was able to handle it with ease. After the All-Star competition, there was a 3-day break before the finals of each region. This time, it was a 1 versus 1, and it was a best-of-5 elimination system. Long Sky was quite lucky and met a slightly weaker foreign club. The powerhouses did not meet each other. In the individual competition, Hao Tian was not as lucky. They met Li Ji in the first round of the round of 16. Before the competition, Li Ji did not behave like himself and made a statement. Chapter 300. Li Ji was very high profile, and he created a new hot topic. Some players even started betting on who would win between Li Ji and Hao Tian. Although Li Ji had made it to the top 16, he had used his abilities to slowly grind his opponents to death. There was nothing interesting about it, so Li Ji's odds were even higher. Mad Blade's opponent was Rainy Kim, who was also a strong opponent. Rainy Kim was the pillar of Team Storm. She was very strong, and she was also a beautiful woman. Beautiful women were usually treated well, especially in the professional scene where there was a huge imbalance between men and women. Rainy Kim's popularity was off the charts. After the group list was announced, Rainy Kim's fans went to the Rivervale Club's page and threatened Frenzied Sword that if he won, they would make him pay for it. Han Xiao waited for 7 or 8 days at the top of the mountain. After the first round, he was surprised to see that Hao Tian actually lost to Li Ji in a one-on-one battle. He only won the first round, and Li Ji defeated him in all 3 rounds. Watching the recording, Hao Tian's performance in the first round was still stable. Li Ji played around for 10 minutes before he finished. He was analyzing Hao Tian's fighting style. Starting from the second round, Li Ji gained the upper hand. He could almost see through Hao Tian's movements. His ability was perfect for a long battle. Hao Tian was like a bug trapped in a spider's web, and he lost all 3 rounds. Li Ji was a very talented professional player. His career was not very long, but he had achieved a lot. Han Xiao had once considered whether to add Li Ji to the list of candidates. The media changed their opinion again. Li Ji suddenly became a new force, and he took away Hao Tian's original attention. This time, it was Lee Ge's turn to be favored by the media. He made it to the top 8, and his next opponent was Mad Blade, who had barely defeated Rainy Kim to advance to the next round. Mad Blade had barely defeated Rainy Kim and made it into the top 8. It should have been a happy occasion, but Rainy Kim's hardcore fans were furious. His fans were hundreds of times more than Rainy Kim's, and their voices of support were drowned out by the waves of scolding. In the end, Rainy Kim begged them to stop. These people were still angry, as if they had been wronged. Rainy Kim had lost fair and square, but some things were unreasonable. She could not blame her fans, so she could only apologize to Mad Blade in private. They had known each other during the closed beta, so they could be considered half acquaintances. Mad Blade felt very wronged. He had won fair and square, but he had gained a bunch of haters. However, in the end, the results spoke louder than words. The normal audience members accepted his victory, and some of the neutral audience members became Mad Blade's fans. Mad Blade gained a wave of fans through this strange situation, and many people started to hate Rainy Kim, but in reality, she was also unjustly implicated. There was a lot of trouble when one was popular, and it was hard to say who would benefit more. However, if Han Xiao were to say, most of the audience members just wanted to find someone to entertain themselves with. They wanted to participate in a storm and fight for a certain side. When they found out that Mad Blade's next opponent was Lee Ge, many haters rejoiced in his misfortune. Serves him right. Haha, this B** starred is going to stop here. Big boss Lee Ge will definitely crush him. Frenzied Sword did not even have a 50% chance of winning against Hao Tian in a private duel. Now that he was up against Lee Ge, who could definitely beat Hao Tian, his future was not looking good. Han Xiao pondered to himself. Could it be that the two players he had high hopes for were going to be defeated by Lee Ge alone? Sir, the satellite radar has detected a strange object rapidly approaching the atmosphere. In the northern continent, the alarm at the Raylan Observatory rang. The observers jumped up from their seats and looked at the big screen in shock. The satellite radar showed that a light dot was coming from outer space and was rapidly approaching the blue star. Is that a meteorite? The target suddenly appeared 3 minutes ago and was just captured by the radar. If it was a meteorite, it wouldn't have been discovered so soon. Plus, meteorites can't be captured so quickly by the magnetic field of the planet. Could it be an alien spaceship? It's getting faster and faster. It's estimated to hit the surface in 8 minutes. Where is it? Is it an uninhabited area? It's estimated to land in a desolate mountain range in the northern continent. The coordinates are near the border of our country. The person in charge of the observatory, the doctor, said in a low voice, report it immediately and request for reinforcement. Huang Jian fiddled with the dashboard out of boredom. He had waited in this godforsaken place for almost 10 days, and nothing had happened. With his boss's legendary status, he did not think that Han Xiao would come here for no reason. He was very curious about what Han Xiao was waiting for. In the snow, Han Xiao suddenly looked up. He then turned around and boarded the helicopter. He pulled out the equipment box. Finally, there's movement. Huang Jian was excited. He turned around and asked curiously, "What are you doing?" "It's coming." Han Xiao did not look up. He quickly put on the equipment. "What's coming?" Huang Jian was confused. As soon as he asked, an ear-piercing shriek came from the sky. Huang Jian looked up and saw a burning meteor falling from the sky. The outline of a spaceship could be seen in the dancing flames. Boom! The falling spaceship crashed into a steep mountain peak. The shattered black rocks and white snow were like exploding fireworks. The spaceship rolled and plowed a several 100-meter-long Earth dragon in the snowy mountain range. The trees along the way were set ablaze, and black smoke billowed out. The Earth trembled because of it. The snow on the mountain peak collapsed, forming a small avalanche. It was hard not to notice such a big commotion. As expected, Han Xiao was right. When it arrived, he would definitely know. Huang Jian's mouth was wide open. He was dumbfounded. FF spaceship. Huang Jian looked at Han Xiao in disbelief. He had heard of Han Xiao's achievements, but seeing it for himself was better than hearing about it 100 times. He even knew that an alien spaceship was going to crash. Soon, Han Xiao finished changing. He put on the amphipteer mechanical suit and moved his limbs. He took out the mechanical wing-like Batwing aircraft from the equipment box and installed it on the back of the suit. The tactical screen showed the status of the aircraft. It was operating normally. Fly. Han Xiao thought and ran toward the cliff. The aircraft hummed, and the triple-stack propellers on the wings spun at the highest speed. Blue flames shot out from the tail. Whoosh! Han Xiao felt the force pulling him up into the air, and his entire body rose into the air. He used the nerve connection to control the aircraft effortlessly. He quickly flew toward the crash site. The observer spaceship was stuck into the ground sideways, covering half of its body. The trees and soil around it were burning, but the exterior of the spaceship was basically undamaged. The energy shield protected the spaceship from disintegrating during the crash, but the impact of the landing had depleted the energy of the shield, and the engine was destroyed. Bang! The cabin door was pushed open. Kurlod held his head in pain and staggered out, muttering in God aura. Kurlod pressed on the golden bracelet on his right hand a few times. With the bracelet as the center, a battle suit that looked like ancient armor automatically appeared and covered his body. There was no helmet, but a translucent energy shield protected his face. This was the God aura Investigator battle suit. The Investigator had to travel to different planets. The battle suit had life support systems and environmental analysis functions. A synthetic mechanical voice sounded. Database matched. Location, Star Zone 9, Blue Star. Gravity level, low current temperature, 3 degrees climate type, air composition, civilization level, surface civilization danger level, low evaluation, survivable. Kurlod was a little dizzy. Check my body condition. Analyzing, analysis complete. 3 fractures detected, many soft tissue damage, mild concussion. Do you want to inject nano-repair fluid? Inject. Kurlod felt a cooling sensation on the back of his neck, and he felt much better. He immediately crawled back to the control room of the spaceship. He wanted to activate the mainframe to check the cause of the malfunction, but it showed that all the systems were damaged. Kurlod had no choice but to open the exterior armor of the spaceship and expose the internal structure. He tore open a bunch of pipes and pulled out a palm-sized metal box. The indicator light flashed blue, indicating that everything was normal. This was the intergalactic communicator. Of course, Kurlod's intergalactic communicator was not the same as the one from the Six Nations. According to the Investigator rules, he needed to do 2 things. One was to use the communicator to contact the headquarters, and the other was to ask for help from a friendly local civilization, which was to contact the Six Nations. At this moment, a vibration sound came from the sky. Han Xiao, who was wearing a black mechanical suit with 2 giant mechanical wings, landed beside the spaceship. It is indeed similar to what I saw in the prophecy. Oh, there is a living person here. Han Xiao saw the God aura person beside him. He was very knowledgeable, so he recognized that this was the investigator's equipment. He raised his eyebrows slightly and locked his eyes on the intergalactic communicator in Kurlod's hand. This was what he wanted. A native of the Blue Star? Kurlod sized him up and switched to the translator mode. The God aura language was changed into a language that Han Xiao could understand. He pointed at Han Xiao and said calmly, Chapter 301. In the foresight of Destiny's Child, there were no details of whether anyone survived. Han Xiao's original plan was to be the first to arrive at the crash site and steal the communicator. This thing was the key to leaving the planet, not the spaceship. However, the communicator was in the hands of the investigator, so his original plan was not going to work. He had to think of a way to deal with the investigator. Han Xiao thought to himself. Rob or trick? Seeing that Han Xiao did not respond, Kurlod frowned and said, I'm asking you a question. Answer me. You're a guest from God aura? Han Xiaoshin thought for a while and slowly approached Kurlod. The civilization of this planet is requesting help. I'm an investigator who was invited here. Who are you? Han Xiao approached within 10 meters and said, I'm an emissary from Blue Star. I'm here to welcome you. Very good. Bring me to see the highest leader of your civilization immediately. Kurlod was overjoyed. He thought for a while and suddenly said, wait for a while. I need to inform my civilization to send someone to pick me up. No problem. Waiting is what I should do. Kurlod was satisfied with the treatment that Blue Star gave him, and he was even more satisfied with the attitude of the emissary. Just as he was about to activate the communicator, the moment he lowered his head, Han Xiao suddenly moved. The Batwing aircraft was activated instantly. Han Xiao was like a poisonous snake, kicking Kurlod away and snatching the communicator in the blink of an eye. Bang! The kick was so powerful that Kurlod flew away and broke 4 or 5 trees. Han Xiao put away the communicator and made up his mind. He decided to snatch the communicator first and take the initiative. There was no way he could stop Kurlod from contacting the 6 nations. That way, he would be exposed. More importantly, once Kurlod got in touch with the 6 nations, there would be no room for him to interfere. He would have to take the opportunity to steal it. Actually, there was another way. He could pretend that he was a person from an advanced civilization in Blue Star and ask to borrow the communicator. The best result would be that Ghidorah was willing to help, but the possibility was low. There was a higher chance that the Ghidorah people would be more vigilant. After all, knowing that the other party was not a native but a wanderer from a high-leveled civilization, their mentality would be different. The success rate of a sneak attack would be lower. Furthermore, the identity of an advanced civilization was not that useful. Ghidorah was a star system civilization and had seen the world. Why would they help him? Even if Han Xiao was willing to pay, Kurlod could directly contact the 6 nations and did not lack resources. The other party might not even bother to help and ignore him. In the worst-case scenario, the Ghidorah people would turn against him. A wanderer who could not contact the civilization behind him would be at the mercy of others. With only a few seconds to think, Han Xiao decided to be a bandit. Not only that, he had a new plan. The first step was to capture Kurlod and prevent him from contacting the 6 nations. On the other side, Kurlod slowly got up. He was not injured at all. The surface of his combat suit glowed with a golden light. This was the shield that came with the combat suit. His expression was cold. He reached out and took off the 2 small golden balls that were tied to the ends of his braids. Mechanical force flashed on his fingertips, and the small balls quickly expanded. They turned into a pale gold round shield and a dark gold long spear. They looked simple, but they gave off energy waves, indicating that they were not normal cold weapons. Native, you have made a big mistake. Turning the small golden balls into equipment was a common technique used by mechanics to compress equipment into small objects. Most advanced civilizations knew how to do it, but Ghidorah's equipment was obviously more advanced. Kurlod was a LV-63 mechanical pugilist. Pure-blooded Ghidorah people had racial advantages compared to normal humans. His attributes were not lower than Blue Star's LV-60 pugilist. He also had a full set of advanced equipment. His combat power was around 3,000 Ona, and he was a grade C super. Just from his combat power, he was stronger than all the LV-60 supers in Blue Star. However, he was not stronger than Han Xiao. The battle started. Han Xiao spread his wings, and the 4 machine guns on the aircraft opened fire. Kurlod raised his shield, and an even bigger round light shield appeared on the surface of the shield. Ding! Ding! The bullets were all deflected by the light shield. Kurlod roared and pointed his spear at Han Xiao from afar. A series of cone-shaped golden light bullets shot out from the tip of the spear. Han Xiao jumped up, and the light bullets brushed past him, leaving behind melted holes in the trees along the way, disappearing into the horizon. Ghidorah's craftsmanship was a mix of technology and magic. This was not a purely technology-based energy weapon, but its power was still much higher than normal gunpowder weapons. One light bullet could take off 500 of Amphiptyr's defense. The damage was very high. Han Xiao flew up into the sky and used the Gauss sniper rifle to kite the enemy. However, the electromagnetic bullets were all blocked by the shield. Kurlod took out another small golden ball, which turned into a strange gun half the size of a person. He fired a shot into the sky. Boom! A hot beam of light shot out, and Han Xiao quickly dodged it. Just the edge of the beam brushed past the mechanical suit, and his defense was reduced by 300. With advanced equipment, the advantage of being a mechanic was immediately displayed. Kurlod was supposed to be an enemy that could only be encountered in version 2.0, so he naturally felt that the damage was too high. Although investigators were not known for their combat abilities, Kurlod was an exception. He was very confident in his own abilities. Just with the equipment provided by the Investigation Bureau, he could easily crush these low-level civilizations. Kurlod had a sense of superiority as an emissary of an advanced civilization, so he did not take the Blue Star natives seriously. He did not know why Han Xiao attacked him, but a native dared to provoke him, which was no different from asking for death. He wanted to make Han Xiao understand this. Han Xiao was calm. It was not that he had never fought an enemy with better equipment. Although Kurlod's equipment was good, and his attributes were not bad, he was just an elite. His skills and talents were very average. This should be my first time fighting a Black Star warrior. His long-range firepower is better than mine. Let's try close combat. With a thought, Han Xiao dove down. 4 sonic spheres flew out and bombarded Kurlod with all kinds of sonic attacks. Kurlod's combat suit's shield rippled, and the damage output was very stable. Kurlod swung his spear and counterattacked. Han Xiao also had the hovering shield shuttles to form a basic shield and blocked the attack. Hum! The electromagnetic chain blade cut through Kurlod's shield like a butterfly cutting through flowers. Sparks flew everywhere. Boom! 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 Powerful punches and kicks landed on Kurlod's body. The shield was shaking, and the amphipteer mechanical suit was also damaged. Although close combat was the advantage of a mechanical pugilist, Han Xiao's skills and talents were constantly activated, so he was not weak at all. The two of them fought fiercely, and the battlefield gradually moved away from the spaceship crash site. The forest around them was a mess. Although the Godora investigator had the advantage in terms of equipment and technology, Han Xiao had too many tricks up his sleeves. Kurlod was starting to get tired of dealing with him. Sonic Sphere, Pierce shot out another sonic wave. The shield flickered a few times before its energy was depleted and dimmed down. He's too hard to deal with. Kurlod felt that something was wrong. He made up his mind and used his shield to take the attack head-on. The shield was getting dimmer and dimmer. He took the opportunity to expand another golden sphere and turned it into a giant axe. This was the weapon with the most powerful one-shot damage among all of his weapons. He decided to end this battle. The axe flashed, and Kurlod swung it down. Boom! The ground cracked, and a few cracks appeared on the armor. His armor was depleted. Again, Kurlod roared and took a step back. His body flashed, and he obviously used a skill. He swung the axe right in front of Han Xiao's head. A sense of danger appeared between Han Xiao's eyebrows. The air pressure from the axe quickly fell. Great! Han Xiao was not shocked but overjoyed. He immediately activated the skill that he had been preparing for a long time. Recoiled thorns. Dang! The axe spun and flew away. Kurlod fell to the ground with a thud. His hands were bleeding. Han Xiao's max level, recoil thorns, could reflect 50% of the melee damage. It broke through the shield and caused real damage. The sonic sphere attacked again. Kurlod was blown away, but his shield was still protecting him tenaciously. You're very strong. I didn't expect there to be such a strong person on this low-level planet. Kurlod breathed heavily and got up. He took out another 2 golden spheres and turned them into a longsword and a new shield. He was full of fighting spirit. But choosing me as your opponent is your biggest mistake. My equipment is way better than yours. You're a strong warrior. I'll give you a warrior's death. Han Xiao stopped and shook his head. You're so hard to deal with. I didn't want to use this skill. Before Kurlod could react, He was shocked to see Han Xiao's energy level increase crazily. A thick blue electric current surrounded the mechanical suit like a lightning python. The mechanical suit's energy core emitted a blinding light. At the same time, the shadow of a man wearing a black mask appeared behind him. Mechanical suit skill, Snake Devil, energy core overloaded, attributes doubled. All modules can be used at will. Duration, 2 to 7 minutes. Cooldown, 7 days. Character summon card, Germinal Organization Leader, armor piercing combo. All attacks released in the next 8 seconds will be critical armor piercing, and the target's defense will be weakened by 24%. Duration, 5 minutes. Usage, 1/12. Also, Burning Will, Overload, Mechanical Force Surge. Bang 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 bang. Chapter 302. Continuous explosions rang out from the spot where the spaceship had crashed. Huang Jian rubbed his hands together and breathed out hot air, deeply worried. It sounds like a battle. Who is he fighting with? Huang Jian was confused. Could it be that Han Xiao was fighting with aliens in the middle of nowhere? Just thinking about it made him feel that this world was crazy. After waiting for a while, the sound suddenly disappeared. Huang Jian was worried. Although he had heard about Han Xiao's strong battle record, his opponent was an alien. If something happens to him, no one will give me orders. Should I continue to wait for him? Just as he was in a dilemma, a figure flew up from the direction where the spaceship had crashed and quickly approached. It was Han Xiao. He landed beside the helicopter with a strong gust of wind. The mechanical suit was full of scars, and some parts of the armor were even cracked, exposing the internal wires that were crackling with sparks. That's great. You're fine. Huang Jian heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he saw that Han Xiao had brought along a creature that he had never seen before. It had light golden skin, and its facial features were quite far apart. Its hands and feet were also locked by mechanical shackles that were electrified. It was Kurlod. At this time, his face was swollen, and he was naked. Outside, Huang Jian was tongue-tied. He pointed at Kurlod and was too shocked to say anything. Alien. It took me a lot of effort to catch him. Han Xiao grabbed Kurlod by his hair and stuffed him into the cabin. The God Aura man was angry, but his mouth was sealed. He could only struggle like a dead fish. Huang Jian was shocked. He knew that Han Xiao was strong, but he didn't expect him to be so strong that he could even catch an alien. Fly the helicopter quickly. This is close to the Raylan border. Their people will be here soon, Han Xiao said. Huang Jian hurriedly started the helicopter, and it quickly flew away. On the plane, Han Xiao took off his mechanical suit and checked the damage. He only had about 20% of his armor left. The Godaran investigator's equipment was very advanced, but in the end, Han Xiao unleashed a barrage of attacks. Kurlod was like a delicate girl being pressed to the ground, unable to retaliate at all. He could only passively endure the barrage of attacks. He destroyed the investigator's combat suit and seized the golden ball, ensuring that Kurlod would not be able to touch any weapons. He only left behind a translator so that it would be easier for him to communicate with him. He got the communicator and a God Aura man. The completion rate was higher than expected. I can still get a lot of benefits from him. I'll deal with him when I get back. Han Xiao was thinking about a new plan. Huang Jian was very curious about the alien. He turned around and asked, "Your Excellency, does he bite people?" As an emissary of a higher civilization, Kurlod was seen as a barbaric beast by a native. He was furious, but his hands and feet were tied, so he could only protest by banging his head on the steel plate. "I don't think so." Han Xiao touched his chin and said, "But seeing how fierce he is, he might have a hobby like that." Kurlod kept banging his head on the steel plate. Huang Jian curiously asked, "Can he eat it?" Han Xiao squeezed the God Aura man's arm and said, "His skin is smooth, and his meat is tough. Are you interested?" Huang Jian hesitated for a while and nodded. "I haven't eaten an alien before." Bang bang bang. He banged his head on the steel plate even more frequently. Backward. Barbaric. Kurlod roared in his mind. Then, a trace of fear appeared in his heart. These natives don't really want to eat me, do they? Huang Jian was very excited. He asked all kinds of questions. He wanted to know how Han Xiao knew that aliens would come to the Blue Star and why he wanted to capture them. Kurlod also wanted to know these questions. First, the spaceship malfunctioned for no reason and forced a landing. Then, he met this strong man in a mechanical suit who claimed to be an emissary. Then, he suddenly attacked him and tied him up. Kurlod was furious when he remembered that the analysis module's evaluation of the Blue Star was that it was not dangerous. How long had it been since the database was updated? How could this not be dangerous? Who is he? Why did he capture me? How did he know that I was forced to land here? Kurlod was very confused. Han Xiao did not say anything. Is he a male or a female? Huang Jian was curious. Han Xiao was annoyed. Look for yourself. Huang Jian opened his eyes wide and looked for a while. He was very surprised. I thought that the alien would be very big since it was so big. Bang! Kurlod could not stand the humiliation anymore. He used all his strength to hit the steel plate and knocked himself unconscious. 10 minutes after the helicopter left, Raylan's troops finally arrived. They found the spaceship and were shocked. They immediately sealed the scene. This is an alien spaceship. The orders from above said that this is the spaceship of our alien friend, Ghidorah. They are here to help us investigate the Inhumans. The mountain has collapsed. This is not a normal landing. The spaceship has crashed. Check if there are any survivors. Report, there are no corpses in the spaceship. There are traces of battle around. Raylan's troops searched for clues and observed the battlefield. They came to a conclusion. There were 2 people fighting. Both of them were superhumans. One of them used a weapon that we do not know. These marks on the trees look like they were melted by lasers. There are also marks of chopping. The cut is very smooth. Even the internal structure of the trees is smoothed out. It is not a normal cold weapon. These marks of battle contain a high radiation level. This should be the Ghidorah people. The other party used gunpowder weapons. The metal composition of the shells is similar to ours. There are also some armor fragments on the ground. This should be the strong person from our planet. We need to match the database. Judging from the destruction of the battlefield, this person is definitely at the top of the Blue Star. There are only a few strong people in this area. We will be able to identify the target soon. The final result of the battle should be that the Ghidorah people were captured. Did you find anything else? At this time, one of the researchers found that a piece of the spaceship armor had been opened. Inside was the internal parts of the spaceship. He curiously looked around and used his flashlight. Suddenly, he saw something special and said, "There seems to be liquid inside the spaceship." Liquid? Everyone gathered around. Under the strong light, they found a pile of metal and pipes covered in a thick black liquid. What is this? Probably engine oil, someone said with uncertainty. This time, the officer suddenly said, "Orders from above. Secretly transport the spaceship back to the country." Ghidorah's spaceship had crashed. This was a rare opportunity for the Blue Star government. Raylan decided to research spaceship technology. Since their civilization was behind, they had to grab hold of any opportunity to develop. Only by taking risks would they have the hope of making a comeback. Of course, Raylan did not dare to anger the Ghidorah civilization. They would inform the Ghidorah civilization about this, but they had to delay for a period of time. They had to pretend that they did not know or that they were searching for the missing Ghidorah people. Either way, they had plenty of excuses. Raylan took this matter very seriously and decided to keep it a secret to prevent the news from leaking. They wanted to monopolize the spaceship. As for the missing Ghidorah people, Raylan decided to search for them secretly. Chapter 303. After returning to the sanctuary, Han Xiao locked Kurlod in the secret base and checked his loot. Ghidorah spear, super suitable, type, high-density compressed cold weapon plus energy evoking light enchantment quality, green basic stats, 247 to 255 melee attack, 294 to 381 ranged attack, 346 energy output requirements, LV 50 and above, 1500 energy length, 7 meters weight, 37 pounds energy source, level 3 magic rune origin, God Aura 7th military satellite, Chengwang military workshop, assembly line number 248, product code, PV1324 ability, golden stinger, inject energy into the spear and activate the energy rune. Release a magic spike bullet at the tip of the spear. Each shot costs 5 energy. Cooldown, 11 seconds every 20 shots. Additional effect, magic affinity, using mysterious gold as raw material, plus 12% magic resistance. Additional effect, portable compression, compressed into a golden ball. Remarks, God Aura crafted weapon. Using mysterious gold as raw material, blessed by light magic. At the same time, high-density material compression technology is added into it. A mixture of retro vibe and advanced technology. It is a mixture of technology and magic. It can be used in both close-range and long-range attacks. It is one of the most common weapons in the God Aura civilization. These few golden balls were assembly line products, standard equipment for investigators. They were not made by Kurlod himself. He was a standard Black Star warrior. Mechanical pugilists were more inclined to fight, and their interface was filled with basic knowledge. The 7 golden balls were all a mixture of technology and magic. Their interface attack was 2 to 3 times higher than normal firearms. Together with the bonus from the mechanic class, the difference was even bigger. The standard equipment of advanced civilizations could be roughly divided into 2 types, the version suitable for ordinary people and the version suitable for supers. Powerful individuals could withstand weapons with stronger recoil and use the effect of energy. The version suitable for ordinary people was equivalent to the Grey Grade Plus miscellaneous soldier model. Magic knowledge is not compatible with me. I can't reverse engineer the technology of these equipment. If it's the conventional path of pure machinery, then after the gunpowder gun is the stable electromagnetic gun. The attributes of the interface are about the same level. Han Xiao nodded. The power of the standard equipment was also an indirect reflection of a civilization's strength. God Aura was a star system civilization, and according to the standards of the entire galaxy, it was neither high nor low. However, in the eyes of the people of Blue Star, those that could roam the galaxy were all advanced civilizations. If the players wanted to create mixed technology equipment, they would need the cooperation of different classes. The mechanic class would create the foundation, the mage class would give the blessing, and there would be many restrictions on the details, and so on. This was the first batch of interstellar equipment that Han Xiao had obtained. His favorite was the gun that shot out the beam cannon. Its name was very magical. It was called Wrath of Garret. It had a range of 600 meters and an astonishing 500 damage on the interface. It could temporarily replace the Gauss sniper rifle and become the best explosive weapon to complement Flaming Will. However, the most important thing for a mechanic was still the machines that they could build themselves. This was the true combat strength of a mechanic, and Han Xiao knew this very well. These new weapons could only be used as a transition. After putting away the equipment, Han Xiao took out the interstellar communicator. His face became serious. This was the key item. At this time, Kurlod, who was thrown in the corner, opened his eyes slightly and saw Han Xiao playing with the interstellar communicator. He looked at him coldly and mockingly. Although he had become a prisoner, Kurlod still had a sense of superiority. He was sure that this Blue Star native did not know how to use the communicator. In his eyes, Han Xiao was like a monkey that had gotten a new toy. An idea appeared in Kurlod's mind, and he became excited. He doesn't know how to use these things, so he will definitely ask me how to use them. Maybe I can trick him and make him help me send a distress signal to the headquarters. Kurlod felt that this plan was more and more feasible. He was excited and saw hope. At this time, Han Xiao opened the translucent crystal screen of the communicator and looked at the God Aura language on the screen. He selected the option to change the language and changed it to Blue Star language. When God Aura first came into contact with Blue Star, They entered the Blue Star language into their database. This was one of the things that they had to do when coming into contact with a new civilization. This way, they could analyze the language and make communication easier. The interstellar communicator was a necessary tool for interstellar travel. Every player in his previous life had used it, so Han Xiao was very familiar with how to use it. He could use it with his eyes closed. He skillfully opened the login interface of his personal account, turned around, and looked at the confused Kurlod. He said casually, "Kurlod, right? It's good that you're awake. Tell me your personal account. How do you know how to use the communicator and know about my personal account? Who are you?" Kurlod's eyes were filled with disbelief. He was shocked. How could a native know about these things? There was only one explanation. This person was definitely not a native. He was also from the galaxy. Thinking of this, Kurlod's sense of superiority disappeared. He was shocked. Originally, he had intended to use the name of Godora to threaten them, but this method was only effective against the natives. The galactic beings were not afraid of such an illusory threat. With the restriction of distance and the peace treaty, using the name of one civilization to threaten the other party would not work at all. Furthermore, he was just a small investigator, not a big shot. "Who am I?" Han Xiao curled his lips and said mysteriously, "We're in a hurry to meet, so let me formally introduce myself. My name is Han Xiao. As for the rest, you don't need to know." Kurlod was more and more sure of his guess. He felt that Han Xiao was very mysterious. When he looked into Han Xiao's eyes, it was as if he saw an abyss of fog. He suddenly realized something and said, "No, how do you know my name?" Han Xiao said slowly, "You're an investigator from Godora. You were ordered to come to Blue Star to investigate the so-called inhuman incident, but for some reason, your spaceship crashed. Are you a mind reader or a foreseer?" Kurlod was alert. He secretly activated his energy to protect his mind, but he did not find any signs of being invaded. "Guess," Han Xiao said jokingly. This attitude made Kurlod very angry, but he had to lower his head. He controlled his anger and asked, "Why did you attack me?" Han Xiao pointed at the communicator and said, "Don't worry, this is not personal. I don't have any animosity toward Godora. I just want this thing." "You call this not having any animosity?" Kurlod angrily struggled against the electromagnetic lock on the mechanical chain. Han Xiao sat on the sofa, put his hands on his knees, leaned forward, and stared at the Godora man with a threatening look. He said lightly, "If I had any animosity toward you, you would already be dead." Kurlod's face froze, and he said, "You just think that I'm still useful." "Correct answer, no reward." Han Xiao smiled. "I just need the communicator to contact the Galactic Travel Agency and leave this planet. We're not enemies. Your spaceship crash has nothing to do with me. I attacked you just to make sure nothing goes wrong. Plus, I know how arrogant Godora people are. I'll beat you up first before we talk. Now, I have a deal to discuss with you." But you don't have the right to reject it." Kurlod clenched his teeth. "Speak. I need to borrow money from your personal account. If you're willing to cooperate, I can let you go and take you with me. You can go home whenever you want." Kurlod was surprised. "You're willing to let me go? Why not?" Han Xiao could not help but laugh. "I have no enmity with Godora, and I only want to rob them of their wealth and not their lives. I also did not hurt you that much, right? Or is it because you were defeated by me that you feel resentful and want to take revenge?" Kurlod thought about it carefully. Indeed, Han Xiao's direct conflict with him was just a fight. Losing was one thing, but Han Xiao did not hurt him severely and even gave him a chance to go home. Godora had an ancient tradition of worshipping the strong. Plus, he was an investigator, so fighting was nothing to him. Although he was still a little depressed, Kurlod's anger slowly calmed down. He thought about it and said seriously, "As long as you fulfill your end of the deal, I'm willing to cooperate. I can promise God Gal that I will not take revenge. I admit defeat." You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.